Whoa, my God! Thank you so much for joining .NET Conf Student Zone. I'm here with my friend Hemna. So, okay, what is going on? So we have the .NET bot. The .NET bot is exploring the deep ocean, finding new friends for .NET. But while we do that, we are here to help like folks that want to know more about .NET and want to introduce about .NET, can you want to understand what it's capable of, and we're so glad to talk to you about it. But I introduced myself a little bit poorly, a little bit. I'm Pablo Lopez. I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft, and I'm really happy to be here. And as said, my friend Hannah is here as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Hamna Khalid and I'm a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, and I have been serving this Microsoft community for the last 2 years. And today I'm with Pablo and I have joined this session .NET Conference Student Zone, and you'll be having some amazing stuff. You'll be seeing some amazing stuff in this series.
Exactly. You're going to have sessions on AI, Aspire, CLI, Copilot, and some help with like the Microsoft student communities as well to know what can we do with that and much, much more. So be aware of it. And while we explore like this tropical theme in .NET Conf Student Zone, let's go to our first talk.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stacey Hafner, and with me is Cial, and we're excited to show you why .NET is for everyone and how easy it is to start building with it. But before we jump into how awesome .NET is, I thought that I might tell you a little bit about what .NET has meant to my family and me. Now, I started to teach myself to program when I was really young. I was probably about 10 or so. And I was fortunate enough to have a family around me to help me learn. My dad spent his whole career doing enterprise desktop development in .NET, and now that he's retired, he uses .NET to build open source software for 3D printers. My older brother has built, honestly, far too many things to name. But for the last decade or so, he's worked on open source retro gaming engine that's based off of .NET. And he's also kind of more recently been dabbling with some AI stuff. And then my younger brother followed in my dad's footsteps, doing enterprise desktop development before he eventually chose to go into the .NET web dev path. And me? Well, I'm kind of like my older brother. I've built a bit of everything over the years. But eventually, I found game development, which is where I spend most of my time these days. Now, unfortunately, we are all spread across 3 different countries and time zones. But we still talk every single day. We trade ideas, we share code, we help each other when we get stuck. And we can do this easily because at the center of everything that we're all building is .NET. It doesn't matter that my dad's off building 3D printing tools, which, thank you, Dad, or that I'm developing games. So today, Cial and I want to show you what this looks like in practice, why .NET really is for everyone, and how easy it is to get started. So I'm going to hand things over to Cial, who's going to tell us a little bit about himself and what .NET is.
Hello, everybody. I'm Siad Hande, and I'm pursuing my bachelor's degree. And my interest lies in cloud and data science, and I'm also Microsoft Student Ambassador. So let's get started with what .NET actually is. So .NET, what is it? At its core, .NET is a free and open source development platform, which was created by Microsoft and supported by an incredible global community of developers. It was designed to let you build anything. You just name it: website, mobile applications, desktop softwares, games, IoT devices, cloud services, and even the AI tools, all with one consistent foundation. And it's uh, cross completely cross platform. That means .NET runs on Windows machine, Mac OS, and Linux. Not and Linux, like many flavors. You just name it: Fedora, RHEL 9, Ubuntu, whatever. Today, .NET is used by millions of developers worldwide. It powers everything from Azure Cloud Services to enterprise applications, open source libraries, and games. One of my favorite part about it is .NET is fully open source. You can go to github.com/.NET right now, and you can just see their source code for their runtime, the compilers, then their libraries that powers the platform. You can even contribute to it. It's an open, completely open. That openness, that accessibility, and that flexibility, that's what makes it awesome. And .NET is so powerful as compared to other frameworks. It gives developer the freedom to create, learn, and share, no matter what kind of project they are passionate about.
Awesome. And another thing that I love is how easy it is to get started. Let me show you. So right now I have PowerShell open and I am going to use Windows built-in package manager, which is called winget, to install .NET. It's super easy. I just type winget install Microsoft .NET SDK, and we're going to do 9. Oops. Now, so if I spell winget correctly. And while that's going, because it is going to take a couple minutes to download and install everything, I am going to hand it over to Sial, who's going to show us how we can do this on Linux.
So, as Stacy has shown, like how you can install .NET on Windows, I'll just tell you how you can do it on Linux, especially on Ubuntu. So, on Ubuntu, what we can do is just head over to any browser and search .NET and Ubuntu and enter, and then yes, this second one, and yeah, you're good to go. For this demo, I will be using Ubuntu as my distribution, which I would be using in WSL actually. So instead of WSL, you can use native Ubuntu also, or you can create your virtual machine and you can use that. But I would be using WSL. So just to let you know, guys, WSL what it is a Windows subsystem for Linux. So I will just tell you LSB underscore release hyphen a. So yeah, you can see this distribution is Ubuntu and my the version is 24.04. So I'll just go to this website where it is shown how you can install Ubuntu, how you can install .NET for your Ubuntu. I will select 24.04, and .NET I would be using .NET 8. Like the latest one is .NET 9, which is also stable version, but we would be using .NET 8 because I've already installed it. And you can also go for .NET 6th version, but it is no longer supported, so it is better to use 8 or 9. So yeah, these are few commands, 2 to 3 commands which we need to install, .NET. So we'll just copy this first command and paste it. Just asking for password. Okay. Yeah. So what this sudo apt get update command does is it manually install all the latest packages. So like in the back of the head, you just know you are using the latest version of Ubuntu. I have already done this. It is taking time, I guess. I'll just cancel this process. So the next command is sudo apt get install -y.net SDK 8.0. So what this command will do is it will just install the software development kit of .NET, like whatever tools or software you need to build your .NET application. I'll just put enter. I have already installed this also because it takes like more time. So it is showing done. So yeah, this was it. And just to check if we have already installed .NET or not, you just type .NET hyphen version, and yeah, we can see that the 8.0.121 version is already installed. Over to you, Stacy, now.
Awesome. Thank you. One thing I will call out is the .NET documentation is also open source and incredibly robust. So as you start to learn with it, you can pretty much find answers to anything you need within it. Now, it does look like the installation is done. So we have just installed the full .NET SDK, which includes everything that you need. It's got the runtime, the compilers, and the CLI tools. And we can actually check what's on our machine by calling .NET info. And if I scroll up, you can see here there's actually 3 .NET SDKs. Number 9 is the one that we just installed, and I already had this, my work machine, so I already had 8 and 10 installed on it. So what's really, really cool too with this is that .NET comes with loads of templates, and you can see all of these by typing .NET new list. Like I said, it's a pretty lengthy list. Now, we're not going to do all of these today, but we're going to look through some of the more kind of common ones that people work with. And to start, we totally have to do the classic hello world command line application. So let's make that now. You can do it super easily by going to our calling .NET new console, and then we'll do hello world. And let's actually call this console. Now, before I hit enter, let's take a look at what these commands are doing. .NET new is how you create a new project from the template. Console is the type of project that we want to create. And then N hello world console is us naming what our project is going to be called. So we'll hit enter. And now we can see that the project folder was actually created. So if I check the directory, I can see hello world console. So if I cd into that, check the directory again, there's several files in here. So it created the OBJ directory or object directory, but the most interesting one is this program.cs. This is what's going to run when we call .NET run. And this is going to compile everything behind the scenes and then, of course, run our project. You know what? Let's make this actually, before we do it, let's make this window bigger so it's easier to see. So hopefully that's a little bit easier. And we can see, actually, I'm going to zoom in even more. We can see that it ran and it called hello world, which is great. Now, if we want to make changes to this, we can do it super easily. I have Visual Studio Code installed. And so I can call that with code command. And then if I put a period, it's going to tell VS Code to open in this folder. We'll hit enter. And let's pull this up. We can see here, let's actually make this bigger too. And we can see now that we have that program.cs file, which has hello world. So let's change this. Say hello world from the .NET conference. And we'll hit save. Minimize this, come back here. All right, so from here, let's run it again. So we'll go .NET run. And we should see that pop up. There we go. Hello world from the .NET conference. Okay, so console apps are great. They definitely have their place, but let's do something a little more visual. How about a web app using Blazor on Linux? So y'all, why don't you know how we can do that?
Yeah, sure. So let's just hop back into Linux. So what we'll be doing is we'll just heading back to our WSL. We'll be using Blazor. So what Blazor is actually? So Blazor is a part of ASP.NET Core, and it lets you build interactive web apps using C# instead of JavaScript. So what you can do is you can just run your C# code directly into your browser with WebAssembly, and or also you can just go to your server and update the page in real time, just like live server we do with our HTML, CSS, JavaScript thing. So we can use both using the same component model. So what we'll be doing is, so like there is a command. I will just copy paste it. I have already here .NET .NET new Blazor -n and Blazor demo. I'll just paste it. What this command does is .NET new. This gives command ki like take the Blazor model and create a new application named as Blazor demo. So I'll just hit enter. I guess this I have already created by the name of Blazor demo. So I'll just use Blazor demo 2. And yeah, I guess it is processing. It will take some time. And yeah, as you can see, we have successfully created this. So now just to run this .NET application, we just head over to the directory, which is Blazor demo 2. And now we are into the directory where we have imported all the demo website from the Blazor module. And we are here, and just type .NET run, and it will take some time. It will build, and it will just show. So like we can see it is listening on port number 5296. Mostly it uses 5005 or 5127, but it is showing this time 5296. I'll just copy this URL and I'll just paste it into my browser, and here you go. You can see your a web .NET website, and it is working. Weather counter also with me. So yeah, this was all about building a .NET website using Blazor. Over to you, Stacy.
All right, so now that we've seen console and a website, let's get started making a cross-platform mobile app using .NET MAUI. Now, MAUI is great because it lets you build native apps for iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows from a single language code base. But we're not going to do this in the console. We're actually going to use Visual Studio Code for this. So, actually, I think I should still have it open. Yep. Let's close down this folder. And in order to do this, you actually need to have a couple of extensions. The first extension that you need to have is the C# Dev Kit, which for me is already installed. Now, this extension provides the tools needed in Visual Studio Code to edit, build, debug, and manage C# projects efficiently. But the second one that we need is the .NET MAUI extension. And installing is easy. Just click the button. Now, this extension gives VS Code the tools to build, run, and debug .NET MAUI apps directly from the editor. This includes things like having the device emulation and the templates, because as I mentioned, you're building cross-platform. Now, once we've got the extension installed, we can pull up the VS Code command palette by doing Control-Shift-P. And in my case, I already have .NET at the top because I've recently used it, but you can search for .NET and look for .NET New Project. And this is going to go and discover project templates, kind of just what we saw inside of the console, except for now we have MAUI templates, which we didn't have before. And if we filter on MAUI, you can see there's 5 templates to choose from. We're going to go with the Blazor hybrid app, and I'll explain why in a minute. But for now, let's just get this created. And I'll put this in the demo folder. And then I'm going to call this Hello World MAUI. We'll keep the same solution and create the project. Let's do pretty fast. I can get rid of that. Now let's just run it. I'm not going to make any changes. We'll just get this going. So if we go to the Run and Debug tab in VS Code, we can hit Run and Debug. We'll pick C#. This can sometimes take a moment. All right, now what we can do is pick what we want to launch this as. And as I mentioned, you're building for lots of cross-platform apps. So we could run this in an emulator for Android or iOS. Instead, we're just going to stick with Windows. We're going to keep it simple. So we'll pick Windows. We'll go with local machine. And then while this is going, I've noticed with the font, this happens sometimes when I'm zoomed in, just zooming in and out, zoomed in and sharing my screen, I should say. So as you saw before, there's a lot of different templates. And we went with the .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid app because that gives you the best of both worlds. You can build native mobile and desktop apps with MAUI while still reusing your existing Blazor web UI components inside of them. All right, perfect. So the build is done. And we should see this launch any moment now. Wonderful. So this looks very similar to the Blazor app that we just saw, including having a counter and the weather. All right, so again, we've just seen console, website, and now native cross-platform applications. Let's switch gears a bit and talk about games. So .NET is used in several frameworks and engines, and 3 of the most common ones are Godot, Unity, and MonoGame. We're going to only look at 2 of these today, which are Unity and Godot. So let's start with Unity. I'm going to switch here. Okay, so Unity installs with the Unity Hub, which you can get from the unity3d.com website. And the hub is actually what you use to manage the installs of the engines, and then also where you go to create and launch your existing projects. So creating a new project is pretty easy. Just pick new project. And Unity comes with, I guess the best way to call it would be a series of templates. So there's the core, I'm going to call them templates. Oh, no, they do call them templates. There's the core templates, which has universal 2D, 3D, a whole set of stuff. This is basically tailors your base project to whatever it is that you're trying to do. For example, universal 3D is really good for mobile apps or kind of low fidelity or graphic applications for games. There's also a sample tab, which has projects that you can deconstruct, and a learning tab, which has projects that then you can go to the website and follow along on to learn. Now, when you open up a project for the first time, depending on how powerful your machine is, really kind of directly correlates to how quickly your project can open. In my case, my machine is not very powerful, so it took about 5 minutes for me to open this project, which means I have already created the project, and I'm not going to have you guys kind of watch me open this for 5 minutes. So we're going to just switch over to it. And I went with the Universal 3D project. Now, this is what you start with. It's basically just kind of an empty project that has certain projects and packages and configurations set up. Now, without going too in depth, games have what's known as a gameplay loop that runs on objects that are loaded in an active scene. This means that we need to create a game object and then add a script to something that lives in that scene so that the behavior will actually run. And again, doing that's pretty easy. We can just right click on, this is the scene hierarchy over here. We can right click and make an empty game object, and we'll call this console log. And then within console log, we can add a component. This is basically what lives and runs on a game object. We can add a new script component, and we'll call this console writer. And we'll save that. And then if we open it up, make this full screen, zoom in a bit so you can see. This comes with a mono behavior, and more interesting is the method called start. What will happen is when a game object lives in a scene, start runs one time. So it's basically, hey, I exist, run my code. So what we can do is use this as the place to put our hello world. And within Unity, to write to the console, it's debug.log, and we'll say hello worlds. Oops. And save. Oh, I dropped there we go. All right, if we pop back over to Unity, it's going to do a quick reload of the scripts. All right, so the scripts just finished loading. Now we can push play. All right, and we can see down below that we have printed hello world. And that's it. That's how quick and easy you can get set up making games inside of Unity. Let's look at the last engine, which is Godot. All right, so Godot is really cool because it's an engine that is completely open source. But I will admit it does require a little bit more setup process to get going. And the good news is I've just recorded a new series around getting started with Godot and C# that walks through the installation process. And it actually teaches how to use Godot and make games with C#. So we'll put that down in the description, and you can follow along with that on getting Godot set up. Now, that being said, Godot does come with a project manager, which is where you manage your projects, so create and launch your projects. This does not, unlike Unity, it's not the place where you would go and handle installations of the engine, though. So creating, again, is really easy. You just hit the create button, set your name, your project path, pick your renderer, and hit create, and now you will have a blank project. For time's sake, I have already done that. This is an empty project where I've done nothing in it yet. And to get started, we just need to make a new 3D scene. And we get in Godot a node. So Godot is similar to Unity in the sense that you have to have an object that lives in a scene that has a script for us to see that behavior run. So in this case, it's not a game object, it's a node, but we can add the script directly to it. And we'll do that over here in this section by adding a new script. So we'll do that. We'll call this, I don't remember what I called it before. I think I called it console writer. And one thing to call out is a lot of times it'll default to GD script. You'll just want to make sure that your scripts are set to C#. And then we can create this new file. And we can see it down in the hierarchy over here. It created console writer and it attached it to the node. And now what we want to do is Godot's version of start, which is actually ready, but it behaves the same way. When the object loads in the scene, it'll run one time. And to do that, we can override. Oh, let's get the IntelliSense. There we go. Ready. Well, did that to me earlier today too. And we can do GD print hello worlds. And save that. Come over to Godot, push play. Now, this message, it only shows up one time. It's basically saying, hey, you're pushing play, but I don't know what scene to run. What do you want to do? And we're just going to set it to the current scene that's open. And we'll save that scene so that it can actually have a reference. Perfect. And down here, we can see, once again, hello world. All right, that's it. That is a super quick tour of some of the things that you can build using .NET. We looked at console apps, websites, native applications, and games. There is so much more that you can build. So thank you for hanging out with us and go make something awesome.
Thank you so much, Stacy, for sharing so much about .NET. And yeah, .NET is for everyone, whether you're a Windows user, Mac user, or whatever. Like, it is for everyone. And thank you so much for sharing that.
Exactly. And that's the power of .NET, folks. You can run everywhere, whatever you want it. It's open source, it is free, and you have freedom with it. So if you want to download the SDK to explore .NET, please download here. The link will be here somewhere. So you can actually go and download it and play with it a little. But if you don't know how to use it, don't worry. That's why you're going to have our next sessions. And here is another one. Hey folks, welcome to this presentation. I'm the host of the .NET Conf Student Zone, but doesn't mean I cannot present anything, right? It's a big pleasure to have you here to learn about the CLI. But I'm not alone. I'm with a friend. Hey, Hannah.
Hi, Pablo. How are you doing?
I'm doing incredibly well. Thank you so much for being here. And wow, I cannot wait to show you this. We're gonna do this presentation about CLI being fun, which is a thing that I know a lot of students are scared about because, oh no, the command prompt, it's a new thing, right? Especially when you're starting because when we use computers, usually we do a lot of UI, right? Everything is clickable, everything is nice. But then you have to deal with this new reality. Hemna, do you have to face some hurdles before learning to use the command prompt?
No.
No, you learned right away, right?
Yes.
You see, folks, that's why she's a student ambassador. She's amazing. So right here, we have this presentation about the CLI equals fun, which is how to learn the CLI the easy way. So who are we? I am Pablo Lopez. I am a cloud advocate at Microsoft. I deal with .NET and AI, product teams. I do lots of my stuff. A lot of some documentations even read, right? So it's an incredible way to learn much more about things, and I'm so happy to be part of this community. And Hamna, you go.
Okay, so thank you, Pablo. So I'm Hamna Khalid, and I'm a Gold Microsoft Learner Ambassador from Pakistan. And I have been serving this Microsoft student community for the last 2 years. And today I'm here with Pablo to discuss about .NET 10 release. So, yep, Pablo.
Yeah, so we're gonna use here net 9, but you're gonna use net 10. Now, what the new SDK, .NET 10 is incredibly fast, incredibly strong, but the CLI works anywhere, everywhere, easy and fast. But before we go, let's look what we're gonna take a look here. So we have here the CLI, the .NET CLI, why to learn the CLI, well, to get started, and then the multiple things running and building, live updates, user secrets, and much, much more. So I want you to imagine this. You'll get tired. Like you're a student, you were applying for multiple jobs, you did multiple interviews, you did a lot of things, and congratulations, you're an intern. Now you're going to join your favorite company that you were doing for a long time. But we have an issue here. And you may ask, what is the issue? The things we do in university, in college, are usually so different than we do in work that we have a big shock. That gives us that girl that joined that big company. So 9 a.m. is your first day. You are excited to do things now, work your first time doing amazing stuff. Then 9:13, you have your first group meeting, right? The manager is going to introduce you to the team. You're gonna be there, and they want to know more about you. They want to understand what you're doing and what you built, what you're doing, what you plan with this internship, right? They are really excited to you as well, and I'm so excited to join that. But then you have an issue. They say something like, okay, we want you to give you a task, and this task will be about to build the program. It's just a simple command prompt. You don't need to worry about it. It's fine. It should be chill. It'll be very easy and quick. Well, what is a build server? And then they talk. Then you ask for a teammate about this a build thing. What does a build command mean? And then he tries to explain you. Oh, it's that we are a Linux shop, right? They're gonna say something like that. Say, what do you mean about Linux shop? Oh, we don't have any of the classic things here. You're gonna build on our machine on a different machine. Is a VM. You're gonna have nothing. It's just to be the CLI. Okay, now you use Visual Studio for a long time, Visual Studio community. You did a lot of things with Visual Studio Code a little bit, but never did with .NET. You just did .NET with Visual Studio. But no, there is no way. You are lost because you have to deal with these command things and you never dealt with them. And then now you have to build this on a server thing which has commands on it and you have no clue. Oh no, what do you do, right? So then you need to have this command line, right? You need somewhere to interface with that. So you need to go with .NET. Oh, no, Hamna.
No, I'm not want to say anything. Just go on.
Oh, gotcha. Let's go with the CLI now. Let's see what we have here on this amazing .NET CLI. So what is this .NET CLI that I'm talking about, right? CLI means command line interface, right? It's the way that you can interact with something through the command line itself. So you're going to do this with .NET development, right? So if I'm doing development of that, I probably installed something on my computer. And you did. And if you're doing that, you're installing the SDK, right? You're doing installation and then you're going to use by the SDK. With the CLI, you can do everything that requires for a .NET developer. You can create, build, run, manage. You can install packages in the .NET ecosystem. So everything on the .NET that you need to do, you can do it right away with the CLI. It works on Windows, macOS, and Linux, and provides every foundations that we need for .NET. So any tool that you see that uses .NET, so imagine that you use Visual Studio or using third-party tools. Usually they use a lot of the tooling on .NET, on this CLI, on those CLI commands and the interface of it. Okay, but let's learn it. So you may ask, okay, why I need to learn this, right? And the thing is, you're gonna probably want to become a professional. So we need to understand what is actually happening, right? So imagine that you run .NET Run. What does it do? How it works? What is the process that I need to go from like code to program, right? So Understanding the steps can help you debug issues, to understand what is going on with that, and deliver great results. Work anywhere from any machine. So you can just work from like VMs, you can interface everywhere. So that's the power of the terminal, right? It makes much easier to be local, remote, anywhere, any machine, you can run .NET. Every job mentions it. So every job that requires .NET usually requires some knowledge on the command line interface. So a lot of jobs actually say, "Hey, it's good that you have some domain knowledge on this," and just not click on the UI itself, but understand what is going deep behind it. And it actually, is a little bit of requirement to understand a little bit of the CLI. And if you want to use Visual Studio Code, you have to learn the CLI because a lot of the commands that we do are mostly CLI based on Visual Studio Code. So truly recommend you to learn it, especially if you don't want to use Visual Studio, want to use something more, light and fast. And the good part is that you can automate a lot of things. You can automate functions to auto rebuild. You can create tools. You can do cron jobs with it. You can do so many things that actually helps you to automate, create, transform those tools and help when anything breaks. So imagine that you're, responsible for a CI pipeline, a continuous integration pipeline in your new company. Learning this makes it much easier to test and deliver quality results with the general product and everything you need. So, what is the timeline of a dev means with that? You start clicking buttons on Visual Studio, then you understand what these buttons do, then you write .NET automation scripts, and then you go and help debug pipelines on your job. But today is the day that you start this journey. Let's get started then. I'm talking way too much. I'm just showing things, I'm showing pretty slides, but it doesn't mean that it works like that. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do a very basic console app. So we're gonna do a console app, we're gonna edit in text editors, we're gonna not use zero autocomplete. And people are asking, oh, you can use AI. Absolutely. AI is an incredible way to be quicker and faster. But AI doesn't replace human knowledge. Because remember, it's a co-pilot. No, it's not your pilot. It means that, sure, agentic code is amazing. But remember, we are responsible for your code, which means that it's good for you to have knowledge of it and, write a little. I always recommend to folks to write a little bit with text editors as well because it takes out a lot and you can just focus on that. Now you're gonna explore the projecting structure, and I'm gonna show you one thing. Code is just a bunch of text files, which people sometimes do not believe because they have like different types, like C or this or that. But I gonna give you reminders what really those files are. Let's get started. Let me open here my amazing, incredible, my home. I love when this looks out like this. Thank you. So let me go here to the correct folder. Not this one, this one. I had this open and I closed. I don't know why. That's fine. It happens. There you go. So you can see this is my folder. I have my projects folder. And man, oh my God, is that empty, right? I have nothing on that. So I need a way to do something with it. So I'm gonna here open in terminal. This is in Portuguese. And then I have this amazing thing. And if you do like ls, nothing, zero, nothing. I have zero things here, nothing. So I need to do .NET. Let's see if this is installed. And you can see, yes, we have options here. We can get like .NET help dash H. And you can see here that I have options on the SDK, some commands, etc. But I'm gonna do a very basic hello world, right? Because if you are learning anything about it, you need to do a hello world. So let's do .NET Neo, which has templates, and you can choose templates, whatever templates you want. They have it here easily. So .NET New console. I'm gonna choose this type of project. It's a console, which means it'll be a very simple project. Then this thing here, this flag N, which means the name of it, and I'm gonna call this hello world. Then let's run. And then you see they create a new folder, and then boom, they call this restore. Then you can you can go to folder to folder. You can go cd, change directory, and let's go to hello world. Then list, and then we have those things here. From here, I prefer us to go to a more UI based thing because it becomes much easier to show you. So we have those three things here. We have hello world .cs proj, this CS, which is program.cs, and have this obj thing here. Let's evaluate what those things are. So let's go with my notepad. Yes, I'm gonna use, and you can see in Portuguese, so it says blocos de notas. But I'm gonna go here to my notepad,
Okay.
and let's go here to my files. So you can see right here, I have open, and it says here text documents, txt. But here's the thing about coding. People think that coding is this new crazy thing that you need to do things and be crazy and oh my god, those files are just text ones, but they have those types to make easier to recognize which program I open with this with, right? But if I open here like program.cs, I have this. I have the same thing that Visual Studio has, the Visual Studio Code has, which is it opens and recognizes, say, hey, console line, right line, hello world. And I can even open here more files. So let me open. And then I'm gonna pick here all types, the CS proj. And I want you to see this. Folks, this is just XML. That's it. This is just saying what it's trying to do. So I don't worry, I'm not explain deeply what how it works, but I want you to understand that it goes and changes. So we're gonna I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna output an exe. I'm gonna compile this to this format, and here I'm using net9. Okay, this looks good. But let's try something new, right? So, okay, it seems that it's working. I have those crazy things here, but I don't know if this works, right? If I did not just generate a bunch of crazy things. So what can I do here? I can go .NET, right? Then I can have .NET build. It is compiling now and done. So if you do .NET run, for example, if you go .NET run, what does actually it does differently, right? Because if I do .NET run here, hello world. And what is the difference between this and that? So when you run something, you are building, compiling, and running. But if I just build, I just generate both the DLL and the exe files, basically. That, of course, it's just not that, but these are parts of it. And what is the difference between those, right? So the DLL is basically how I access like libraries. If I gonna put a library here, it's going to generate DLL. But imagine that I'm trying to access something from this my program. Then I'm gonna need to put this right there. But the exe is just an executable. I can run right away. I cannot worry about it. I don't need to put that in another program. No. And to show you that, I'm gonna do this. I'm going to cd to bin, great. Then I'm gonna have debug. Then I'm gonna have net9. And then ls, you can see that I have this. Those things right there. So we don't need to know about each one, like even though I explained a little bit, but I can just go hello world and exe. And if I run it, boom, it just runs hello world. It's the same thing, right? But you see, we have differences in it. And if you can see, you have this. There's a debugging point. This is useful to understand, like, if I'm putting any stops, if I have any issues, it helps me debug. So those three are very important, but you can see, I just run this and then hello world. Okay, it's in the program, right? There's nothing special, but just to show that it works as usual in understanding like these small bibs and bobs of .NET. Let's go back here to the slides and show you both .NET Build and .NET Run. Oh, it's just saying .NET Build and Run. Because then, okay, we did hello world, right? I mean, we solved that guy's problem, right? The guy from... Not exactly. Because imagine then I try to build something and I get a package missing. And I say, what? What? Okay. So I need to debug an issue now. And I need to do it fast. What do you do? So you can go here with live updates and packages with .NET. So what does live updates means? If you know, folks, is the hot reload, right? Is the way that it goes boom and it go reloads every time it detects changes and anything that is missing, right? So it helps us to monitor files for changes. It automatically rebuilds and reruns. It has a very fast feedback loop and has a very better developer experience, right? Because then you can iterate faster, you can know if everything is working, and it monitors for you instead of like us doing that every single time. Imagine that you do a change and then have to .NET build, .NET run, .NET build, .NET run, .NET run, .NET run. Run does build as well. But if you do that a bunch of times, right, you don't need to do this. It helps you a lot. So let's do a modification with this. We're gonna now put a watch. Will be .NET watch run. Let's go back to our incredible CLI and my command prompt line here. Let's open here my Explorer and do this. Sounds good. So now we are back on here and let's do this. .NET watch run. Okay, so now you see this. Hot reload started. For piece of edits, please do this. So here it's saying right here that I build the project the first time, and then I build it, and then it puts here the hello world and an exit, right? Because then we finish the execution, and then before it's doing anything again, it waits for something to restart or reset or anything like it, right? So because of it, we can just do a small change. So I'm gonna say today something about this. So you can even see here on .NET right now is that we now don't we it's not necessary for you to do all that program classes, main functions, nothing. You can run it like a very simple, easy way to run. Just write the things you want and then just press run. So our sequential, we have nothing other than console line right line. Let's add a new one. So let's go console right line. And let's test a library. So I'm gonna give this. And let's do hello .NET Conf. The time is, and then let's open here this curly bracelets, which allows us to put variables very easily. And then let's put a date time now. Closing the bracelets, exclamation mark. Then let's close here our string. Let's close here our parameter, and let's end line. That's actually a very good way to think about anything. So you have here a thing you're writing, then you have like the parameter you're passing to this, and then you're finishing your line. So that's actually a very nice way to think about things. Then we're gonna just Control S to save, and let's look on our terminal here. So I detected that it changed, right? So I'm building again. So build and do anything. By the way, Hemna, do you have any comments on that?
I think it's very easy. Whatever you're doing, it's very easy to follow, even for a beginner who don't know much about these things. So it's very easy peasy.
It is a very nice way, right, to do things. It just goes and does a lot of things for you. It's really nice. Oh, folks, so sorry. I forgot to scroll down. That's why, well, I think, oh, it's this good. It's taking a while. No, it was fast. It's just that I forgot to scroll down. My fault. At least I recorded, right? We are recording actually demos that we're doing. So here you can say, hello world and hello.NET Conf. Hello. The time is this. This is the day. This is the time. So you can see here we're recording like 14 days before .NET comes to the zone. And it's done. So it's incredible what it does, right? We can do this easily and very fast.
Yep.
And okay, let's quit watch mode. I don't want to be watched anymore. Stop watching my files. Fine, thank you. So, wow, that was fun. But now I know how to change the files and do the hot reload. The thing is, I need to debug. We're missing files. How does that work? So here we have NuGet. If you don't know what NuGet is, of course, I know a lot of you folks do because you folks are very smart and awesome. But NuGet, it is the fast way to create .NET apps. It is our package manager for everything on .NET. And even if you click here on packages, and it does a lot of things right here. We have here the Newton soft, but they're gonna use the system tax JSON this time. This one, that's one they're gonna use. But you can see that we have multiple things here. We have here all the package dependencies, .NET tools, templates, and even for the AI savvy, MCP servers. Exactly. NuGet has MCP servers as well to make it easy to do MCP servers and connect everywhere with AI. But of course, we are focusing here on very, you're starting your journey with the CLI. So, we have this, right? Okay, so I find a problem now. I need to add, I cannot use the NuGet package manager from Visual Studio. How I do that? So then you're gonna, okay, let's go with this system text JSON. And you can see here, there you go. You just do copy and paste this. So .NET and package your package, and that's it. Of course, I'm gonna not use the pre-release version. I'm gonna use the current release version, but this is actually really good. But let's go back to our program. Well, let's go back to our slides just to show you in a bigger way the command. So this is what you're gonna do. So you're gonna do .NET add package and the package name. No. By the way, be careful with the package name. Trust that you copying the correct one and put inside of the thing you want to do, you want to build, etc. So that's the way you're gonna do that. So let's go and take a look on our packages. Right here, we are back again to this. Hello. So what we're doing here, we need to install here now a JSON thing, right? We need to do that. So let's do this .NET add the package. Oh, no, not of that. Add package, and then let's add system dot text dot JSON. Enter. So then I will install and do this. So what this is doing, right? We are getting everything from like NuGet. We are basically downloading it and putting into our project. And it verifies automatically for us if everything is compatible and then adds to our file. And if we go here to the CS project, hello, we have this new thing here. This is an item group, and the item group here is actually saying item groups can refer to multiple things, but in this case, we are doing a package reference to include in our builds this thing here, which is our text JSON, and with this version. Okay, so how I make use of a package? I mean, it is very classic, is the same as all languages, right? So you can use from, etc., but you're gonna just using very simple, very classic. Then you're gonna do system of text.json and line. And then we're gonna create a new person. So let's do for person. Hannah, do you want to tell me what person you want to create?
Um, like Bruno.
Bruno. Let's do Bruno. Bruno is the speaker that you probably is going to be both in .NET Conf and .NET Conf Citizen. He is our one of the biggest AI specialists we have on our group, and it's so amazing. So let's do Bruno. So Bruno Capuano. So doing Bruno, let's do the role then. Bruno is a principal. He is so fancy. Principal cloud advocate. And then what conference he is presenting? Of course, he is presenting in .NET Conf. In NetConf student zone. Okay, so remember what you did. We close here this parameters, so now we need to close this thing here, and then I need to end line. All right, folks, we did it. We wrote it. But now I want to serialize this. I want to like pick this and transform it this out in string. How we do this? Then we're gonna use all the functions of text.json, which is this. You're gonna do string JSON equals to JSON serializer dot serialize. I hope I wrote that correctly. Person. My incredible Bruno, variable past and line. Then console right line. And then again, just pass here the variable. That's it. Okay, now it's not hello world anymore. It's just like, let's serialize Bruno. We got Bruno's information. Let's now choose serialize it. So .NET run. If I get an error here, it's going to point me right away. But it did not. It just gave Bruno Capuano. Wow, Bruno is so fancy, man. Principal Cloud Advocate. Wow. So that's great. But imagine that I want to know the list of files. Like I want to know the list of the packages that we have here. So if you have any issues with the packages, anything that you may have, you need to take a look and check this out. So what we do here is just run this very simple command, which is a .NET list package. And they're gonna take it and say, hey, hello, this is the package that you have. And you can see how amazing this is, right? If you have some issues, some that you have here the request and the resolved, and people ask why this happens, because sometimes it needs to downgrade to a resolve package for conflicts, etc. So that's a very nice thing to have in your bucket book, right? You never know when you have some necessities. Hey, Hemna, do you love to put Bruno here, like our amazing Bruno Capuano, on this presentation?
Yeah, his name just randomly came in my mind, so I just call her Bruno.
Yeah, gotcha. Love you, Bruno. Let's go now with this. Now we need to know about our user secrets. So here's the thing. You're in a big company now, serious business. And you cannot just put your API keys on code. They said, please do not hard code secrets. And you don't get it. Say, what do you mean? Like, what does hard code secrets means? You cannot put the API keys on your code. You never should do that. You need to do a user secret to your server. And you're asking, how does that work? And let's see a little bit the good thing about user secrets is that allows you to put like tiny secret things, like imagine you have API keys, credentials, etc., into place somewhere secure, right? And it's very important for security is a capability to know to have delivered good, not only good results, but to maintain the admin safe, to not leak keys, secrets leak usually lead to big problems. Like the minimum of them usually is just someone defining that you have an API key and spending like resources from the company, from cloud providers, etc. But the worst of it is, you know, sometimes there's even identity theft. So be very careful with that. So usually is going to lead to those big problems. And it is so easy to add that it helps you if you're developing the experience. It's nicer, it's fast, it's so easy that you don't need to worry about it. You just put some lines on the CLI and it's done. So let's take a look on .NET user secrets. Let's go back here to our amazing PowerShell with our amazing files and our amazing notepad. So right now I need to do a user secret for this project. So imagine that I need to put a super API key for .NET Conf. .NET Conf needs a very special API key. So right away, what we need to do is initialize that. We need to initialize something for it where to point, right? Because I need to sort this anywhere somewhere, right? So let's go with .NET right now. And then let's go with user secrets init. Then it's going to create this ID for this project. So it is putting somewhere safe on my computer to it access only from this. And if you see the CS proj, look who's here. The user secrets ID. It is right there. So that is the amazing thing about it, right? So you see that the CLI is smart. It puts and changes things in the CS proj in our configuration files. So let's go back here. Then, okay, I need to put this API key from here. How can I do that? It's very simple. You're gonna just do .NET, user secrets. Then I can just do -h as well. So it shows me a lot of the things I can do. I can clear all my application secrets. I can init, I can list, I can remove, and I can set. Okay, so I can remove. Imagine that I typed wrong. Oh no, I added that wrong. Don't worry, you can just remove it and put it again. You can clear if you think it's not useful anymore, and you can list them to see which ones you set. Okay, that sounds good. I need to set something. So let's go with .NET, user secrets. And with that, I need to put the super API key. That's how we title that. So super API key. Then here we have the value. So what do we put, Hamna? I'm gonna put .NET Conf, and you choose something to put here.
Okay, so um, I have to choose some number.
You can do whatever you want. Like, what do you want to put here? You can put whatever thing.
A student.
Is student. So .NET Conf student. So that's our credential. That's very secret. This cannot leak. So boom. And then congratulations, we already have it. Let's take a look if it's good. So let's go to .NET, user secrets, list. Boom. You can see right here that we have our API key ready. So now with that, I need a way to access that, right? Because that's the thing. Not that this program doesn't know how to access that. It just knows that they have a setup, but how can I do that? So I need to add a new package. So .NET and package Microsoft extensions configuration user secrets. And well, it's so big, right? It's because it's usually dealt by, any IDE that you use. You can set up by the menus, etc. But here we can just do this because we are just having our text and a dream. We are just using Notepad and a dream. So, but of that, it allows us even from here to access it very quickly and easy. So let's do that package. And then boom, it is installed. So when you can even see that, Hello, look who's here. So now we can access that. So with that, let's install some secrets. It's very important us to take care of it. So let's use our new Microsoft extend extensions configuration and line. So then we need to create like this configuration to access that. So I'm going to write it and then I'm gonna explain to you because it's much easier. Configuration builder. Builder is correct here. And thing, then the parameter be add user secret. This scope his program. Print this no variable dot build. After build, get the parameter. So okay, this may sound like what you're doing here, right? So what I'm doing is basically I'm creating this configuration builder, which when we build, we can add this user secrets to the program, then we can read from here, and then we inject all this here. On when we are doing this on time, it already knows where to search. And how it knows how to search right here because of this ID here. So okay, it's probably here, and then it injects on this variable. So now it's super secure and we can have now a nice way to do this. So I have this var person, which is amazing. But let's do here a string super API, right? Because it's what API is. And let's get from this config thing here that we did. And let's add our title. Well, let me remember what the name I gave it. No, no, no. It's yes, it's a super API key. Super mega power API key. Finish this. So now we injected this. Let's just double check here. Sometimes I want to double check. Super API key. Yeah. So we have here our super API key, and let's get this string. Let's put a name. I know a name, Bruno. So let's pick Bruno. That I Bruno, is a true professional, right? So let's do person and then dot name. I'm trying it up. There we go. Find it. So now let's do this. So we have this. Let's go console right line. With this, we can just do this thing here, and then boom. Uh, the speaker, and then let's add here this curly braces name has the password has the API key off, and then you can just pick here as well. And then let's go super API. Close this, then close this. Okay, and let's write an important line here. Right line. Security is important, folks. Yay. So that's what we're doing right now, right? So I'm getting here the name from Bruno right here, and then my super API key. Let's test if this works out. So now it should be very simple .NET run. You can see here that is saying, hey, this is you need to take care of the verification of this, right? Because I'm just getting something and I don't know what I'm getting. It can be anything. That is what the warning says. But don't worry, I know this is an API key. So speaking of Bruno Capuano has the API key of .NET, let's do it. Security is important. And I agree with you, Parshell. I truly agree with you. So let's go back here to our presentation. And Hemna, do you have any questions? Anything we want to talk about?
Okay, so is there any more ways we can, hide user content or something?
Um, Where do we hide? Where do we hide all the variables? You mean?
Yep.
Okay, so that's an amazing question. So people ask, where do you hide all those variables, right? So it depends on where your operating system is using. So we use on Microsoft this, we use like app data, right? So Windows use app data. So let me get here to my app data folder right here. So let me open this folder, open new. Don't leak anything. Thank you. My Explorer is a little bit slow because I'm doing a lot of things at once. And Explorer, like my Explorer, likes to die when this happens, but that's fine. App data, user secrets, and you can see right here, this. Ta-da! There are your user secrets, ladies and gentlemen. You can go here on your app data, roaming Microsoft user secrets, and then you have, that crazy string that gave you. So if you go here, you can actually search and take a look. So that's
Okay.
where you find everything on that.
Okay. Got it.
Excellent. So let's go back here, folks. So I gonna pass to debugging because I gonna not be honest, we are later than expected because we talked so much, right? And that's the thing. CLI is fun. I truly think it. So what is debug? So remember the order that guy got. So, oh, we need a release, right, for the server, and it's just a line. So we need to discuss what debug and release means. So debug is basically while you're testing, basically, and release is considered like the final release version, like what you think is the correct way to program. So the CLI is the definition of all debugging. So imagine that you have those top points you put on Visual Studio. Is the CLI. The CLI does a lot of things, and you could put even on the CLI a lot of those things. We have launch profiles. So imagine that you have different variables. Imagine that you have different user secrets. And you have something. So you can do launch profiles to pre-select, and everything is incredible integrated with Visual Studio Code as well. So Visual Studio Code can do tons of this. Then you can even do something called task. Sorry, you can even do something called tasks.json. Tasks.json is incredible because with that we can add debug. And with that, we can actually write it down like, okay, on what profile should I do? So on what endpoint points should I worry about? So it can actually put tons of stuff on how it actually builds your solution. And it may ask on how to do it, right? Guys, you're gonna not believe it. So our command, the command that amazing girl got, remember? Our intern girl. She was starting. She was doing a lot of things. She debugged some issues on the CLI, and it does. So it's simple. It's a .NET build dash configuration release. That's it. That is the command that she needed to run. Like that was the thing that they got asked. So then it's going to say, hey, that's a warning. Be careful of that. And then done. And let's take a look here on our Ben. So we have here debug, and that means and a little. There you go. Debug and release. So in debug, we have here very basically very close. Like it's not that far away, right? So configurations, ELLs, this program debug database in the depth here. And if you go here to release right here at 9, you can see that's basically, very close to each other, right? Well, so the difference basically on how the build profiles are doing, on the type of things that they say, etc. But even see here are amazing EXE and the DLL as well. So with that, congratulations. She solved our problems. Now she is putting things on release and ready to go. Some last tips for the CLI. .NET info saves your life. Please take a look on our info on how you build it and how you construct it. Because info, sometimes you don't know how to do things, and you can just do info flag for help -h, And boom, you're gonna get a lot of information and it helps you a lot. .NET test as well. So if you run some tasks, you can do a new test actually during a new X unit, right? X unit test. But if you want to run the test only, you can just do .NET test and boom, it runs all the tests you need to. .NET clean, that's the thing we're gonna do right now. So, I did a lot of stuff today. Oh my god, I did so many stuff, so much stuff. So let's do some clean, .NET clean. Okay, now it got to clear some like strange formats, etc. It actually helped us a lot on some points here. So okay, no, I did not do the job. So what does it do? So let's see here on Hello World once again. Let's see our OBJ. You can see here our OBJ is almost the same here. It just helps us to if you have old versions, imagine that you have .NET 8, etc. It helps us organize, right? We have tons of stuff here. But because it's a simple project, we don't need to run this. .NET new list, which um, usually just helps us to do some of the templates. So imagine that I want to run okay, I did my console app, that was great, I love the console app, but I want to do a new thing, I want to do a new product. So .NET run, .NET new is the way that you create this with templates. And if you do list, you can see that we're gonna have a lots of options. We can have WPF, we're gonna have WinForms, you're gonna have Razor, Unit, MVC, MS Build, Mac Catalyst, iOS. We're gonna have tons and tons and tons and tons of apps that you can actually test and run with just this. So you can actually run and take a look how you feel about it. And I have a challenge for you. So you have 6 days, right? So the next 6 days, install the .NET SDK, take a look about that version, create your first console app with the CLI, and then you get package, take a look on .NET Watch while coding, set up user secrets, and create a new web API with .NET new web API. So then you're gonna have no worries about how to using the API. You're gonna see how easy it is, and you don't need to worry. Just use the CLI. Sometimes it's faster, easier, and it is a little bit relaxing. That's why I'm relaxed like that. And Hemna, before we go, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, I think I'm now looking forward to doing this challenge because I just
Oh,
have a hands-on with this, what I have learned today, and like you have shared a lot of .NET, uh, .NET codes today. So I just have one question that if you want to add or want to introduce a new .NET command, what would it be except from those?
you say a new CLI command, right?
Yes.
.NET restore. Okay, so sometimes what happens with packages is that because here it's not useful right now, right? But imagine they have a big project, and then the packages are colliding. Everything seems like it's not working anymore. Sometimes just do .NET restore. Sometimes you need to do that and hope for the best. It's rarely needed to do. It's pretty rare. It's package conflicts, things like that. But it's very useful because when you know it, you know it. You're just you know what? Do restore. Let's try it again.
Okay.
So that's a thing to have in your hand. And folks, tag us on the social media to if a progress. It is incredible and it's nice to know. If you want to learn more about .NET, take a look at the .NET. It's incredible. There's a lot of things to learn, classic tutorials that a lot of people took a look before, amazing things that you can build right now with Blazor, with AI, with web, with games. So learn more about .NET. It is amazing ecosystem. And if you're curious about AI, start with it. Go with for generative AI for beginners .NET. It is incredible. We can learn some zero, like you know nothing about it until you learn tons and tons and tons about it. So please take a look on generative AI for beginners for .NET, you're gonna learn a lot with it, and you can integrate with websites, with apps, with mobile, with IoT, even with games as well. So take a look on Generative AI for Beginners .NET. And while we're doing this, the .NET bot still is searching something. Let's hope that, ourselves from another time know what if he is finding the things he needs to find before coming back to the surface. Oh my God. Bless you, .NET bot. And folks, thank you once again for being here. Me, Hannah, we truly appreciate it. Hannah, any last words?
Yes, thank you so much, everyone, for joining today's session, and thank you so much, Pablo, for like explaining each and everything in detail. And I think if there are some beginners watching us, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to use .NET and use different .NET commands for their particular purposes. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you will build and what you will be doing in the 6 days challenge. And yep, that's it.
It is the same. I'm really excited to see what I'm gonna do in the 6 days challenge, folks.
Yep.
Anything you need me, you can find us on LinkedIn. You can find us at tons of places. Thank you so much. And back to you, Pablo. Wow, thank you, Bruno. And it seems like me, right? So it's incredible what .NET can do with AI, right? And one of the best things is that you can learn it so easily with Generative AI for Beginners .NET. With that, you can learn how you construct a complete AI solution from zero to multi-agents. It's incredible and free. Take a look on the GitHub to learn more. And for next section, we're gonna have some amazing new things to learn about .NET. Let's take a look.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to .NET Conf Student Zone. My name is Maddie Montequilla. I am the PM for Aspire. And I am so excited to be here with my good friend, my new internet friend, Andres, who has been a big part of the Aspire Discord, aka.ms/aspire-discord, if you want to join in. And Andres is not only a student here to tell you about Aspire, but also a full-time .NET developer doing double duty, which is very cool. So Andres, I'm going to butcher your last name. Andres Rodriguez Cancel?
No, you said it right.
For real?
Yeah,
That's why I work him up.
So
Why introduce yourself? Oh, you're on this side. For the map.
yeah. So like Maddie said, I am Andres Rodriguez. I am currently a software developer in the Department of Health. So we deal with all the vaccines, everything that has to do with the country and health. I am also a full-time student, currently at my 4th year, I believe, trying to finish my bachelor's degree. And I am just here to talk about my new project, which is a project that's done with Aspire and Blazor. And hopefully you guys like it.
I love it. So I'm super excited. But first, we want to do a quick intro to what is Aspire. And so
Right.
basically, as many of you know, and Andres being in the industry is fully aware of this, like apps are hard. There's a lot going on. And you have your front end. Most of us start with the front end, I would say. And then you have your back end. And then your back end, you're like, what's a microservice? Or like, should this be a container? What's a container? And I know, Andres, you work with not only the public facing app, but the internal or like the app that the actual health providers use, right? So you have two different front ends and like all the data in there. And
yeah, we currently have like a front end, which is the front-facing front end of all the data in our country, which basically just shows the users like how many people are vaccinated currently in the country, how many people have been infected with this certain disease, how many people have died, among other things. And then we have like the epidemiology system that basically it's a very cool system where if a new person comes in and they are, let's say, infected with COVID, automatically when we get that message that, hey, this person is infected with COVID, basically the system sends an event, and that event creates investigations, creates a lot of different things, and it's like a whole orchestration of services that do different things just because someone got infected. So for example, we send a request to the epidemiology system and they make investigations and check who that person had contacts with, who that person talked to, who else got infected, and like it basically creates a whole chart of how many people that person has contacted. But that's just one part of the system. Another system gets that event, and they need to figure out other things. Like we send events to the vaccination department, and they try to make maybe more awareness in the area that that person got like infected, or they communicate with the people that that person got infected with, and it's just a whole orchestration. And at the end of the day, everything is just entangled and orchestrated with Aspire, which we love that.
So would you say that this giant puzzle kind of fits your day-to-day life? Like you front ends, back ends, services. I mean, I don't know how much AI stuff you're doing, but
Currently, we're not doing that much AI. And like,
yeah.
I think we have an MCP, but that's it.
Okay. All right. That's AI. I'll take it.
Yeah, but it's like in a corner of our system. It's just there, sitting.
All my friends have MCPs now. Every cool kid has an MCP. So what?
Yeah, SCP is for the cool people now.
Yeah. So this is kind of, I mean, this, as you were talking, I like should have clicked through these, but the animations were not in order, so it wouldn't have actually made sense. But yeah,
that's fair.
After a lot, right? Like there's a lot, and you have both the dev loop. So as we sit and write code every day, but there's also the deployment part of it. And so when you roll out the changes, like you can't take down the whole system. You have to make sure you can do that incrementally. Yeah. And so traditionally this is really hard. And the way that I like to relate this to students is, I'm sure, I don't know if this is true. Maybe you can correct me, because I'm like almost 10 years out of college now. So I'm like old and ancient. The class projects, it's like you build the front end, or like you build an API, but you never really have to deploy it. And then you do a cloud class and you have to deploy something. And all of a sudden it's like a totally different world.
Yeah,
like,
you're right. Yeah. Most of the time we don't deal with deployment in college. It's like maybe you do deploy your front end and that's it. Like in a front end, how do you call this course? You maybe deploy a static web app, but I don't think I've ever deployed in college a full-on fledged like backend database and front end. At least not now. I am still in my 4th year. I think I have like 1 more year left, but so far it hasn't been the case.
Yeah. I mean, when I was in college, it was like, this is what a reverse proxy is in theory. And then that was about as far as we got. So, yeah. So what we're talking about today is Aspire, which is this code first, extensible, and observable tool for both dev and deployment. And so it really helps bridge that gap between, I have one front end, to I have a whole app running. And I need to be able to do it locally and test everything and make sure everything works. But I also need to be able to bring it into the cloud and deploy it and show it in the real world. It also really helps with onboarding. So something we talk about a lot is like, as I'm sure you know, you have to start at a new project or go to a new team or onboard somebody new to your team. Excuse me. And they, clone your repo, and it takes them like 3 days to get it running. Aspire can help streamline all of that. And with the project that you've been building that you're going to show us, I mean, like the cool thing about it is people can literally just go and run it without having any of the craziness. So just quickly, like the core pieces of Aspire, we have the app host, which is, if you've ever used Docker Compose, it's Docker Compose ++. So it's typed. It's actually code. You can use IntelliSense, right? Copilot can write some of it for you. And it's debuggable. And we have a CLI you can run everything with. Andres is going to show everything in Visual Studio today, I think, but we also have VS Code, which works amazingly well. The CLI works the same everywhere, so it's whatever you want to use. There's integrations, which are packages that plug in code and services. So they help you turn things on and connect them, like making a bootstrapped like database with Postgres or something, whatever you want to use for your database. And it works for like literally anything you can run on your machine. And then the dashboard, which is probably like the cool part of Aspire, is you see the actual dashboard lit up with all your services and everything running. And it shows you your open telemetry, which we turn on for you in .NET by default. And then you can deploy it and have a very familiar environment in the cloud. So that's kind of the Aspire TLDR, but the best way to talk about Aspire is to get into code. So I think we'll switch over. We'll share your screen. And you can show us the app you're building. So this, just to clarify for everybody, so this is like a side project you're working on, right?
Yes. Full on side project. And yeah, I also have a lot of NuGet packages that I am using in the side project. So it's maintaining the side project and also maintaining those NuGet packages that are public. But yeah, this is the app host, which currently it's a little bit entailed to Azure. And now some people are gonna think that Aspire is mainly used for Azure development or deployment, and that's not the case. The case is that you can use Aspire in any sort of infrastructure. I believe you can even with the Aspire CLI, I think you can make it into a Kubernetes cluster.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I haven't tried. I really want to try and just publish that somewhere and maybe even do it like locally and just host the application in my house or something like that. But that's definitely for another day. Yeah, so this application specifically, it's going to be a little bit entailed towards Azure because I kind of decided to use Azure as my like cloud, just the cloud that I'm going to be using. But you can use AWS, you could use Ocean. I think it was the
DigitalOcean. Yep.
Yeah, I believe we have a NuGet for that too. So yeah, here you're gonna see a few things that are a little bit intimidating. This is just setting the infrastructure, but as you can see, the infrastructure is not that hard to read. You're just saying, hey, this is gonna be my production grade infrastructure, and this is gonna be my development grade infrastructure. So in deployment, I want my Postgres to be a flexible server. This is a Azure specific Postgres server that just it has a lot of benefits other than like running a Docker container with the Postgres. So I decided to go for flexible server. But in development, obviously, I'm not going to run a flexible server in the cloud for just developing. So I decided to run this as a container, as a Postgres container. There's going to be a little bit of inconsistency. I was trying a new like type of architecture where you create a identity service discovery and then you put the database name and stuff like that. But as you can see here, I'm not using it. I need to update that later on. But so far, what you do is that you give it a logical name to your, these are called resources. So here I'm giving a logical name to my Azure Service Bus. For those who don't know what Azure Service Bus is, it's just a message broker like RabbitMQ or any other message broker that you might be using. Here I'm saying, hey, I want to create another resource for document storage. In Azure, again, this is our Azure specific. Probably other providers have different things, or you could create your custom one. But for Azure, there's something called Azure Storage Account, which lets you, store documents. It has a lot of things. You can store tables and stuff, but most of the time, people use it to store documents as a blob container. That's the correct name. And here I'm saying like, hey, I want to run this. How do you say this? The Azure Storage Account. I want to run it, but not in production. Like I am not in production. I don't want to run this in the cloud and just, waste resource. I'm just going to run it as an emulator. And it's going to work the same way just by setting these few lines of code. It's going to work the same way in development, but it's going to use an emulator instead, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So this is the Aspire app host, right? So this is like it's like a file that basically describes, when we say models, I think is the word we use a lot on the team, but it really is just defining your app, but in code.
Exactly. Yeah. I didn't know
one file, or do you have like multiple things going on?
Honestly, currently I just have everything in one file. And if you see a little bit of the infrastructure, the thing is that I have a lot of code. If you check my infrastructure, you can check in the libs of each service. So here I have features and then I have the services themselves. So for example, I have an identity service, which is the identity provider, identity. But let's say I want to discover this identity provider by another server or the HTTP client or something. I can just go to identity.discovery, and here I'm going to have all the constants of my service.
Wow.
So
you not only have your app host, you have a bunch of NuGet packages you're building to do this kind of stuff yourself, and then the actual app. And this is all a side project?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah. It's a side project. I've been at it for like a month after work, like just whenever I have time. I use a lot of like NuGet packages or like CS Proj. individually, because in my job, we used to be like, we were building microservices before Aspire, and it was a little bit of a pain. And this was like the best way to do it. Then we moved, literally, the moment Aspire came out in preview, we were like, yeah, we're moving to that. And we moved to Aspire. And we've been there since day one. And it has made deployment and development so much easier.
That's awesome.
So,
So the app host project is really the only thing that Aspire is, right? So the rest of your app, you have these constants that define like the URL and the endpoints and everything. But for those of you who are like totally new to Aspire, all we do is we add this new project, this app host project, and it lets you define things like you were saying. Like you don't want to obviously hit your production flexible Postgres database and spend money when you're just developing and trying. So locally you can run it as a container, as an emulator, or whatever it is.
which is
in
the
a
thing, in
document.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So run this app. Tell me what this app is.
Okay, I'm gonna run the app. Hopefully it doesn't crash.
That's fine. If it crashes, that's fine. All my apps crash. So
So yeah, the cool thing about this is it's still running. So the cool thing about Aspire 2 is that you can just say, hey, I have an identity provider currently. I want this identity provider to, have access to this database, to this other database. Oh, it opened in the wrong browser.
Nope.
So, so yeah, currently we're seeing the dashboard here. Now, you guys are going to see my insights are in production. I'm not running in an emulator. I don't know if there's an emulator for the insights.
yeah.
But yeah, but that's fine. Like, it's just insights and it's not costing any money. And also, it's just like, I can see it in Azure if I want to see the insights, or if another developer is coding at the same time, I can just see what they're doing, if they have any issues or stuff like that. So I'm gonna give it a little bit of the hindsight, or like the overview of what the project is. The project is basically like a coding platform that's gonna be completely for free, and it's gonna be oriented towards .NET. Maybe we include a little bit of TypeScript in there, but yeah, so far it's just gonna be a coding platform. And the purpose of it, other than just being completely for free, is that I want students to truly see production grade applications and be like, okay, I can do that. Especially when they see it with Aspire, which makes things like 10 times easier. So eventually all of this code is going to be open source, and people are going to be able to see everything, and students are going to be able to just look at the code and be like, oh, this is cool. This is how it works. This is how production grade things work. Also, the cool thing is that I talked to my university, and they agreed to publish some of their courses completely here for free.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna have a few .NET courses from universities, just so people can, yeah. So as you guys can see,
So just
yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, as you guys can see, there's the console here. You can see a lot of things that's happening. I have a lot of services, but if I want to filter by one service, for example, I want to see what the identity provider is doing. I can check it off here. I can check the database. Currently, databases, I think they don't have logs, or I haven't added them. But if you want to check the identity API, here you can see the people that are logging in, the people that are logging out, the people that are being authorized, not authorized, among other things. So that's the console. This one is just to see things poof, splashed in the console, literally. Then we have my favorite part, or my second favorite part, which is the structure logs. Here you can see the logs in a structurally manner, and you can see what's happening clearly. Like, hey, I just got a GET request. Oh, hey, I'm getting a health check, but this is just debug. And you can just check what's happening with your APIs, with your gateway, with even your client application, because currently my client application is a Blazor server that has a SPA application in it.
Nice.
Then you have the traces, which traces. It's just here you can check the database queries. Maybe I'll show one later.
Yeah.
So if a database does a query, you can check it here if you want. For example, here you can check the Postgres. I think this was the seeding data, and you can go deep into it and check what query was executed, the connection, among other things. And the metrics is just the dependency metrics, and I haven't used the metrics that much, honestly. So maybe
Yeah.
Maddie can explain a little bit more about them.
Yeah. So what's cool about all of the structured logs and traces and everything is that those are just like what we call open telemetry, which is a standard that exists already for how to pass data between different parts of your application or to like record data. And so since you're using .NET, Aspire gives you a template or a project or whatever you want to call it called service defaults. And all the service defaults is like turning that stuff on, which means that when you run your app, it automatically populates in the structured logs and the traces and the metrics view. The metrics view are mostly just like cool.
Yeah.
Like most people use it to like try and profile very specific issues. But most people I would say most people don't really click into the metrics. Most of the time is spent in the structured logs and the traces. And so if you're using .NET, you get all of this basically just turned on for you when you right click add Aspire in Visual Studio, or if you do Aspire in the command line is the new command that we're shipping. So yeah, very fun. And so if you click on one of these local hosts, like for your front end, can you show us?
Click on the front end really quickly.
Yeah.
And this is the front end.
Ooh! And that's Blazor?
Yes, of course it is Blazor.
Are you a big fan? That's pretty nice.
Yes, I mean, it's just HTML and CSS, so you can do whatever you want. I believe I'm doing a mix between HTML, CSS, and Mod Blazor. So
Cool.
yeah, so I am using that new. For example, this is rendered by Mod Blazor, but most of the application is just custom HTML and CSS, which is pretty cool. So in this application, we have a few things. Now, this is the MVP of this application. Hopefully later on, I might create a YouTube channel, or we might just give more updates on this application. But for now, it's just the MVP. And as you can see, you can go to resources. Here, you're going to see all the resources of .NET in itself. Here's the C# Discord, the Stack Overflow, the Stack Overflow.net. This is the C# one. Reddit, GitHub, .NET community. And here's all the IDEs and tools. You can also go to the package managers. That it's basically just Nougat.
Yep.
Yeah. Here are like not custom, like just other people like Nick or other people that just give like .NET content that are not exactly from Microsoft, but they just give exclusively .NET content. And here there's also more video resources. These are all YouTube ones. And these are like the conference that Microsoft is having eventually, like right now and stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, this is like a static page. It's just all the resources that Microsoft has for .NET. So that's the resources application, like the page. Then you have the homepage, which so far it's just very simple, like just, welcome to .NET. You're going to master, and this is for a .NET place. As you can see, this is C#. That a lot of people are going to be like, that's C#. Like, it doesn't look like it.
Right?
Yeah, they're going to be like, where's your public static void main? Like, and all of that. And C# has grown so much over the years that it just looks like this now. This is an API, like a to-do API. So, yeah. And then we can check the login page, or actually, we're going to check the courses page. Hopefully it works. As you can see here, we have an introduction to C#. So far, we don't have a logo for it. That's why it just goes like this. And this one has a logo for it. It's just a SVG that was randomly generated on the background. But yeah, you can check courses. You can start learning. But the cool thing about this application is that right now I have let me check if I can find it. It's a GitHub URL. Let me see if I enabled it here. I don't think I did. But essentially, the cool thing about this project is that when you're a professor and you're creating a course, so let's say you want to create a course for, I don't know, introduction to programming, you can just create a GitHub repo, and that GitHub repo, you link it here. You say, hey, this is going to be my GitHub repo for logic of programming. And then my application, what it does is that every hour it fetches that GitHub repo, it reads the whole GitHub repo, and it creates the course automatically. So currently, I'm going to show a completely different project. Like this is a project. It's literally a hello world, and this hello world has a lessons like .md. See, you can see the whole lessons. All of these lessons are the ones that are populating that other application. So, and here's the profile.csvg. So right now, my application is just checking a GitHub repo that is completely separate from this and creating a course. Why is this the design pattern or like the design that we decided to use for this? It's because I want professors to just focus on coding and focus on creating good lessons. And then my platform just creates those courses for them. And they don't need to worry about the platform in itself. They just go do their own thing. They push their changes, they create their lessons somewhere else, and then they can import them here. So as you can see, there's even interactivity. I gave the professors a set of components they can use in their markdowns. And there's interactivity. People can check their answers. They can try again. And if I click the right one this time, see, it works. So there's interactivity. They can do whatever they want with the markdown file, among other things. So yeah, that's pretty much the courses part. The courses part, of course, is going to get better with time as people, go and create more courses. They view more courses, among other things. And the cool part about this is that it's completely for free. And the code is also going to be completely open source because I really want students to just be able to look at the code, deal with the code, see the code, like just, this is how it works. This website that I'm using all the time, like, works this way, and I can just check it. Or if they want a specific feature, they can probably open an issue. I don't know if we're gonna do that, but so far I want to do that. So yeah, that's the courses part.
So if we go back into your app, into your dashboard here, show me like what this is looking like in the logs and everything.
Right. So
you
for
hit the
example,
database or anything yet?
yes. So currently, when I started the application, this course wasn't created. This got created completely when the application got ran. So if I go to my import worker, which is the import worker is something that runs every hour to check, hey, do I need to import this application from GitHub? Like this course, sorry. So if we go here, we can check all of the logs that this just did. Currently, what it did, it's basically like, hey, I'm going to run and check. Oh, like I have a GitHub URL that I need to check. Let me check it. Okay, that course doesn't exist. Let me just skip it. And then it went to mine, which is this one. And I wanted to show you guys that the lessons here. So if we go to the first lesson, for example, as you can see, this is a markdown, introduction to logical programming, blah, blah, blah. If we go here and we go to the first lesson, it goes to introduction to logical programming. See, it's getting populated out of this basically. So yeah, in the import worker, we can see that all of that is happening. And basically at runtime, we can see that, hey, this just did an HTTP request to GitHub. It didn't find one because this was the other one that doesn't exist. I believe here, here it does the HTTP request. It goes like, hey, I found one. Let me just parse it. It parsed the course. It goes like, hey, I need to parse all of these lessons. Here it goes and parse the lesson. And it just kept going and keeps going. And it parsed all the lessons like as it should.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then
so show me this in the structured logs viewer, because that's way better looking than the console log.
Yes. Yeah, I am very used to just looking at the console log. I don't know why. But
yeah, well, we're used to that because that's what we've only had, right? So now that we have this band, it's like, wait a second.
Yeah, whenever I see the structure, when I feel like out of place, it's better, it's prettier, it's way more intuitive, and I feel out of place. I don't know why.
Yeah. Yep.
But here you can see the cool thing about the structure log is that it has filtering. So if I want to check all the debug traces, I can check them. I don't know why it didn't filter them. I think I need to hit the filter. Yes. No. That's fun. Okay, so that's not. Yeah, that's interesting. Anyways, okay, now it's working.
Oh, that one worked.
That one worked. The debug one doesn't work though.
Wow. Today we find debuggers. So this is like a classic Aspire. We do a stream Fridays that I know you've tuned into, but for the folks watching at home, we do these Friday streams that are called Aspire Fridays. And we literally have a bingo board where one of the things on the bingo board, like if you're watching the stream, you check it off. One of the things is literally found a bug in Aspire. And that happens every week. So if that is on your board, that is totally fair. But Aspire is only like a year and a half old, and we've been rapidly changing and like adapting, which you guys have done a really good job keeping up with, like both your company and your side project. But it's kind of crazy because every release we do something new. People have to figure it out. So
Yeah, the thing is that sometimes the model changes. Since we were in preview, like previous Aspire, or like when it first came out, the model has changed a lot, especially for Azure. So
Yeah.
a lot of the time what happened is that, yeah, we would be like, oh, let me update to Aspire, the new Aspire, and boom, production. It doesn't crash, obviously, but production just doesn't deploy, and we're like, okay, what's happening now? And we need to check what's happening. But it's been fun. Honestly, it's been a really fun journey, and it has made production way easier.
cool.
Especially for our CI/CD pipelines. They've become really, really good to the point where we use dotnet affected to check what services were affected, and we deploy the services that were affected. So, for example, if I change a piece of code in the let's say the courses API, only the courses API is gonna get redeployed.
Yeah.
Same with currently we have a migrations worker that checks the database migrations, and anytime the database migrations get affected, that worker in itself gets deployed and it migrates the database automatically in production.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. And I don't think we would have done it without Aspire.
No, that's amazing. So how do you now I'm gonna get nerdy. So show me your app host again.
Yeah.
In VS.
The app host is here. Yeah.
Yeah. And show me where those migrations are. Like, do you do that in the app host at all, or do you?
No, I'm not doing that in this project. We do that at work. The migrations here just happen
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. No, the migrations here, we just have a seeder. This
Oh, nice.
the
Okay.
Yeah, we have like this seeds the development data, and what this does is that it runs like every 30 minutes and migrates, checks if it needs migrations, and if it does, it just migrates.
Wow. So this is a very
Yeah.
common database problem, right? Is like when you're running in prod, you have to make sure that the database, if you update it or you update the schema or something, that everything stays in place. And when you're running locally, you need to make sure that you have test data to work with. And you don't want to have to like manually seed a bunch of data every time. And so databases are a whole month-long stream. One day you'll have a course on your site for it, I'm sure.
Hopefully.
But Aspire can help you a lot, either with what you're doing here, which is doing it manually in the project, or wiring it through the app host. Like you have the project as a seeder, which is as a resource in the app host, which is super cool.
This one works. Like it works. It runs every 30 minutes. But yeah, definitely I want to copy the way we did it at work, because it literally uses .NET affected, and it goes like, hey, migrations got changed for the identity API. Let me just rerun this thing in like production and just migrate the database, and it works beautifully.
So do you have this app deployed yet?
I do have it, I believe. I can check.
Yeah, check it.
Because the issue, I do have it deployed. The issue is that, which I haven't fixed it, is that currently I'm setting my client application, it's being set as a container application.
Mhm.
And the issue with container applications is that they change URL like every so often. So if they turn off, they turn on and stuff like that. If they need to like scale up or scale down, it creates more applications as they need to scale. And the issue is that my DNS right now, or like my domain, it's pointing to the old application that used to be alive, but it's no longer doing that because it's no longer alive. So it is deployed. I just don't know the
that is
the URL for it.
Hopefully, at some point we can, when you like redirect, when you update your DNS stuff, we can put something in the video description too, so that people can come and look at the site, like just as an example.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is,
Yeah,
I
you would
believe
deploy
in
with
creator.
Aspire.
I did deploy with Aspire. Yes.
Wow. So show all the folks at home how that works, I guess, if you wanna.
So honestly, the deploy with Aspire for me initially it was very simple. You just create the. I'm gonna go here with my terminal really quickly.
Okay.
I don't know why it doesn't work on the Visual Studio terminal.
Oh,
So
interesting.
here, yeah, I think just Visual Studio terminal has a lot of issues. But initially, you just do ACDC, right? ACD,
Mhm.
and then you do init, and that's basically it. As you guys can see, I've initialized this, and if you want to deploy your application, you just ACDC up.
Yep.
And that's it. That's pretty much gonna deploy the application, and it's gonna create, for example, for Azure, which uses biceps to communicate with Azure. It creates the biceps in the background, and then it just deploys those biceps. Now, when you have really complicated infrastructure, you might need to create some manual biceps. But most of the time, like 90% of the time so far, we've literally just used that Spire for deployment. So what ACDC up does, I believe, is that it reads all of this and it goes like, okay, let me just create the biceps for all of this. And it creates the biceps obviously for production. So it's not going to run my Postgres as a container. It's going to run it as a flexible server, among other things. So ACD up, what it does is that it pushes your application. It's going to ask you for a few things like, hey, where do you want to push it? With what subscription, and among other things. But the cool thing, and something that I love about Aspire and ACD Up, is that it also creates a markdown that it tells you like the next steps. If you want to make your GitHub, like have a GitHub action that pushes Aspire every single time you push changes. So currently, this was created by the Aspire command. They provide a command for it, and it creates the CI/CD pipelines for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not deployment. It's like way easier than deploying even a monolith at times. And the cool thing is that you can have so many microservices. You can have a front end, a back end, a database, another database, and this is just gonna deploy like that magically. Here I got an issue, but currently it's because I'm running the
What
process.
happens? Yeah.
Yeah, like the application currently is running, but a cool tip for you guys is that if the application, I don't know how the .NET developers did this, but I love it, is that when it gives you this error that the application is already running in the background, that means that it's going to succeed if you stop running the application. This is like the last error you would ever get. So yeah, deployment is extremely easy. If you guys do this, like ACD up, ACD init, and then ACD up, it's just going to work. I promise. And yeah.
Yeah. And so what we're building now is a new version of this from the Aspire command line. And so have you used the Aspire command line at all?
I have not.
You want to do it live? You want to try it live?
Sure. I don't think I have it downloaded though.
That's okay. I can give you the command. It's actually not too difficult. And so
okay.
Let me copy paste you a link. So where's the link I want? So Aspire has a command line. So if you're in VS Code and you're not in Visual Studio, which is what you've been showing, there are a ton of ways to use Aspire. We have an extension in pre-release now too, but the standard way will be to use the command line. And so what I can give you is the command. Are you in PowerShell? I imagine you're in PowerShell, right?
Yeah, CMD.
Okay. So, you're in CMD. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I can open PowerShell though.
Oh, PowerShell. And what I'll do is I'll send it on the Discord, and hopefully that works.
Perfect.
Got it?
That's such a weird command.
Yeah, it's a PowerShell command. So when you copy paste it, I can show people basically with PowerShell, there's, instead of curl, which is what you would use with like bash on a Mac, there's also a command, invoke expression, and then invoke rest method, and that's how you do it.
Okay.
And so let me know when this works. You can pop your terminal back on the screen.
Yeah, it downloaded already. My bad, I didn't show it.
That's pretty cool. So
Yeah. So if
you
I
do Aspire, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me check if it runs on the other one.
Yeah.
So if I do Aspire, oh yeah, I need to restart it.
Yeah, you probably need to restart the terminal. So you're gonna have the CD back into where you were.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just go here.
Yep. Oh, yep. There you go.
Aspire. Ooh, that's cool.
Okay, so you should be able to just Aspire run.
Let me stop the application.
Oh, yeah.
Really quickly. Aspire run. And let's see. It's gonna just check for the app host.
Yep.
I got the app host. Which is
Thank God.
no, sorry.
No, and so what it does is it kind of ignores the solution file, right? So it says even if you're not in VS, you can, use the Aspire CLI. If you don't have a solution, you're using SLNX, I saw, so very fancy. You're up to date with that, which is very good. That's the solution file. And then this should be the same link that it was before, but you can control-click on this for good measure if you want. And the dashboard link it gives you.
And it appears here. Oh.
So there you go. The exact same. We just started everything.
Yeah, is there a way to attach the debugger to this?
So if you're in VS Code, yes. Otherwise, you just do it the way that you have been doing it in VS. The VS Code extension has debugger attached for both .NET and Python, by the way. I mean, I know you're a .NET completionist, but yes, it can run both the and Python at the same time now, which is pretty awesome.
The whole vaccination department basically works on Python, and we're trying to integrate them to Aspire. So
we should talk about that then.
Yeah, we can talk about it, and I think it's a little bit more open to the public because, the vaccination department handles all the vaccinations in the country, which is insane.
That's really cool. So if you want to see, so you were talking about how AZD and Aspire, they give you these bicep assets, right?
Yeah.
If you want to see what those look like before you deploy, you can run Aspire Publish. And that actually creates all those assets without actually deploying them yet. So if you Control-C and then Aspire Publish, we can actually take a peek at that.
Okay. What I find it interesting is that currently this project, as you can see, it has a lot of folders and stuff like that. These are the physical folders, by the way. So I'm really glad that the Aspire command line was able to find the app host because it's like inside apps currently, which I love that.
It's somehow very smart. We messed it up quite a few times.
Okay, well that's fine.
That's not fun.
If it works, it's fine. Just not.
Do an LS or a dir, DIR.
LS, dir. Yes.
Yeah, whichever is the right one. Aspire output. Go into that Aspire output folder and see if there's anything in there. There might not be because we didn't actually add a container app environment to it, so it doesn't even know what it's supposed to be deploying. But
right.
Yeah.
So, and here,
yeah. Oh, okay. My gosh. It totally did work. What?
Yep.
So now you can see all the bicep that AZD or Aspire works the same, right? Because they're both the same tools. You can actually see those files and take a look at what Aspire is turning into a manifest.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is then I'm gonna pull up the actual folder here so people can see it better. Okay, Aspire output, and all the biceps are here. Yeah. So if you wanna check I'm gonna open a notepad just so we don't get issues. Wait, it's a good idea. I'll pull it up in a second. Okay, so this is the biceps, which is really cool that you can see all the biceps that are being created for your deployment. It's almost like magic the way this works, though.
Yeah.
So,
and imagine having to type this all by hand. No, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. The bicep language is really interesting. The way it works. So typing it by hand would not be ideal or fun. But this is so cool. The way you can just see how everything's being generated. And I imagine if you change the where you're deploying, so if you don't choose Azure, you probably just choose AWS, it would use their language, I imagine.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly. So there's an AWS plugin, there's the DigitalOcean plugin, like you mentioned too. I think that one's still in development, but there's like it'll use the AWS CDK, or DigitalOcean has like an intermediate language, so you can publish to those kind of intermediate languages to see. So especially for your own side project, you can just kind of do whatever CI/CD you're comfortable with. But for a company, you have to make sure that the assets that you're deploying are good, and people usually want to see them before you deploy it. And so this is one of the ways you can do that with the Aspire command line. So
That's really cool.
yeah. Another amazing feature of the Aspire command line is update. And so in your dashboard, it says you hadn't gone to 9.5.2 yet. So we could try, it might break everything. Try an Aspire update.
Okay.
See what happens. Go to stable.
If it updates, I'm gonna be so happy if this works.
Me too. It doesn't do community toolkit packages yet. And so the community toolkit is something, it's a repo where we put packages that are Aspire integration, so that like add Postgres, add Azure Postgres, add Azure Storage or whatever. But we put ones that are built by the community and maintained by the community into one like sanctioned place. So we use that for a lot of like less popular things, or things that aren't really done yet. So, oh, interesting. I mean, sure, you can put your NuGet config wherever you want, I guess. But
I don't think it should be in the Aspire output, no?
yeah, you can just do .. That should be able to do the relative path. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wait, it worked.
If you Aspire Realm, what happens? You're a 9.3? Oh,
I was a little bit behind.
that is okay. I get it.
I was a little bit behind, but yeah, I don't remember the last time whoa.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Whoa, workload. What? Cannot create a file when the file already exists.
Yep.
Package downgrade. Okay, so this is saying that you have some related NuGet packages that are need to be upgraded too. So you have to poke through and fix those, that's okay. I think if you right click and do like the fancy solution explorer way of doing it, it might be better. But for the whole solution, you might be able to do
and then NuGet.
Yeah, manage NuGet packages.
Yeah, I'm using centralized NuGet packages. I don't know if that
Nice.
Yeah. messes up.
No, that should totally work fine. But
Okay.
Go into updates and see. Just update them all. Why not? What's the worst that happens? Everything breaks.
Everything breaks. Yeah.
Fine. No big deal.
That's completely fine. It's just
Yeah.
the ones that kind of break stuff is MudBlazer. Sometimes they release things that break everything completely, and it's like, oh, okay.
It happens. That's bad.
It happens. Yeah. They should break stuff. And
All
we
right.
got errors.
Now is your downgrades. Okay, so
Oh wait, now I need to
update these ones, maybe?
Oh, I have include pre-release.
That wouldn't help, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
loading.
Yeah, this is especially very slow sometimes.
That is okay. That's what happens. Have you used the new Visual Studio 2026 yet?
I did. And I like it, but it has some issues. That
yeah.
you can especially Blazor. Blazor,
Yeah.
you cannot run Blazor applications.
Yeah. It's getting a lot better. So when the week of .NET Conf, all these things will be fixed. So
That's good.
peek behind the curtain, everybody. This is just slightly ahead of .NET Conf that we're recording this. So,
Yeah, the cool thing is that at least at my work, we have a setup that lets people, how do you say this, integrate to the teams extremely fast, because we use code spaces. And for those who don't know what code spaces is, so if you see like anyone like complaining about code spaces, probably is part of us. But code spaces basically are like a dev box that GitHub has that you can run your code in a cloud, basically. The cool thing about this is that when you run the code space, I don't think it's going to work.
yeah, that's okay.
Going on.
There's too many package conflicts. What
Yeah.
we could do is go into your ignore that. If you go into your central package management, we could go and update those manually, but we don't have to. It's gonna be too much work. So I would just roll back to your last working Git commit,
That works.
which is why we use Git.
This is why we use Git.
Yep.
Imagine having to do
You don't have
imagine having to do that.
Oh
Yeah, I deleted the devices by mistake. It's fine.
That's fine. And then this should work just fine. But that is a quick and easy way to update. So once you start resolving your package dependencies, that's
Yeah, the issue is that I have like 50 packages just there waiting for updating.
yeah, that happens. Sometimes it's worth just like every month or so I go through and I like to update all my NuGet packages.
That's valid. I don't think this project has been out for a month though.
Yeah, that's
So yeah. So, but yeah, the cool thing about like at work is that we have code spaces and we can just F5 and everything just runs.
Yeah.
And you don't need anything. Yes, it is very cool. And you only need Visual Studio Code. That's it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And once you have the Aspire extension, you can get all your Python people hooked in too. So
yes, we want to move those. Yeah, we want to move those people. I really wanted to present like one of the projects from work, but there has to be a lot of paperwork, which is the one that you like, which is biostatistics.
Yeah.
Which shows all the statistics of the country. And the cool thing is that in the background, it pushes data. It pulls data from a lot of different places.
Yeah.
From like databases and stuff like that.
Yep. Sweet.
So, yeah, currently.
All right.
Yeah, this is not, the project looks complicated. It's not a lot. It's just an identity provider, a cost provider, which Aspire kind of shows you really easily. Like,
yeah.
So here you can see everything that's just running like, hey, this is my message broker just running here. Or, hey, this is my document storage just running locally. Or you can see that I have a courses API, Cedar. I believe you can group them together and they can be like in the same category and you can filter them better. I believe you can.
Yeah, you can make them like children of each other or something, like parent them. But
exactly. I don't know how to do that yet, though.
That's okay. You'll get there.
I'll get there.
You're too busy writing code. I mean, really.
Yeah. But it's really cool. And it's like, honestly, at this point, a lot of people think that Aspire is just for building microservices. Generally, even at this point, I think I would even write a monolith using Aspire just because you can say like, hey, I want to have this database. I want to have this cache. I want to have this document storage, and I want to have this. And it basically entails your infrastructure as code, and you can just plug and play as you go, as you see fit. Like, oh, I need to downgrade my database. So right now, if I want to downgrade my database because I have too many gigabytes in the database, I can just lower this number here.
Yeah.
And whenever it publishes, it's just going to magically lower. I don't need to enter Azure or anything like that.
Yeah.
The only thing that I need to fix is that the domain name is like pointing to my client application. And my client application is constantly changing the URL. What people do to fix that is like they create a reverse proxy that handles the targeting towards the application itself. I believe Azure has something for that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a little bit of my show and tell. The logging works. Yeah, so if you want to log in. Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right.
I think you can log in.
Working auths? I could never.
Yeah, it's working off. You can go to my account. You can edit the profile. You can change the password. You can check your permissions. You can even create courses. So for example, if I want to create a course, I am admin, so I can create courses. Here I can just like type and type and type, and I can, create. So yeah, and the cool thing is that my application is only calling a gateway, and that gateway is calling the services. But the cool thing is that Aspire handles all of it. So currently my API, my identity API, which has it's handling the auth and all of that. I am not saying, hey, I want to send a HTTP request to localhost 5000. I am just using the conventional name, which is the service name here.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever I want to send an HTTP request to this HTTP client, to this server, I just use this conventional name. That's why I separate this to like its own NuGet package, because my HTTP clients, for example, my identity client, it just uses that. So see, here has identity service discovery, service name, and here has the path. And you can see the path of the login. So if I ever change this path, I don't need to change the HTTP client. And who handles all of that? Well, Aspire.
That's so cool. I love it.
It is.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're going to switch back to my screen to wrap this up because I want to share just a few links for those of you who want to get started with Aspire. So first of all, the Aspire Discord. If you want to talk to Andres, he's in there. And so if you want to ask him, pick his brain about all of the stuff he works on and learn all about Blazor, that's a great place to do it.
Yeah.
And then Aspire is also on all the socials. Oh my goodness. And so you can find us at aspire.dev, whether that's spelled out or actually as the URL. There is a new website, aspire.dev, the website that's out. So you can go and look at that. And then, like I said, we do a stream most Fridays. We do them. And then we have a bunch of other content coming up for learning Aspire, etc. And so definitely let us know. Join the Discord. Let us know what you think about Aspire. If you want to get involved in helping out. If you want to use Andres's app, so I know I do. I would love to learn some more about .NET. And enjoy .NET Conf this week. It's going to be so much fun. We have Aspire in the keynote. We have a bunch of Aspire sessions. There's plenty of ways to get Aspirified this week. So super looking forward to all of it. And Andres, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Of course, thank you for the invitation.
Super cool. Like, what an awesome way to do this, to like use Aspire, especially considering you have a full-time job and you also are a full-time student. So congratulations on all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, .NET is fun with CLI. And thank you so much, Pablo, for sharing about .NET. And, you have shared so much about different .NET commands, .NET Watch, how to build packages, how to list packages. So, like, if you are a beginner and you want to learn about more about .NET, you can even do the .NET 6 Days Challenge. And you can also learn about Generative AI for beginners. And you can see the link somewhere on the screen. So go there and learn about Generative AI for beginners. So let's move on to the next session.
Okay, the .NET bot is still exploring the ocean, trying to find the new things to learn more about .NET. But while we have that, we have this new amazing thing called AI. And now some people are scared about it, want to learn about it, or want to start on it. And here I'm with myself once again, and with Bruno. Say hi, Bruno, to everyone here watching .NET Conf Student Zone.
Hey, hello everyone. Super happy to be here. I think it's my fourth time on the Student Zone, .NET Conf Student Zone. I can't remember. It's always fun to do here because you also give me the chance to talk about AI and something fun. So hey, let's go for it.
Let's go, absolutely. What do we have for us today?
Yes, so let me share my screen, and I am going to start different today. So we are going to start by the end. This is kind of a very tailored version of the AI web chat that we have as a template. Remember, if you are in .NET, you are going to find the resources available here, but you can install one template, one specific template that is going to help you to create out of the box. I think we have two templates right now, one to create an MCP server, and we are going to talk a little about MCP, and the other one is to create this AI chat. This is a new version where you can see here that I changed a little, not Copilot helped me to change a little the UI and more, and out of the box, this is a chat that can run using GitHub models, so you can test it without any charge or whatever, so you can use GitHub models for free and test it, or you can use your Azure AI Foundry models, or you can use a local model with Olama. But what you can do is to start ask questions, do a little vector document database with 2 sample PDF, and you can ask questions like an example, tell me something about the GPS watch. So I am going to do this. Tell me about the GPS watch. So what is going to happen here while it's thinking, we can go, because another important thing, and I really like this, Pablo, I don't know what you think about this, but when you create a new template with this, you have the chance to create just the front end, or you have the chance to create the front end orchestrated by Aspire. So we launch the application running in Aspire, as we see here, and we have access to traces. So where the traces are running, we can start to see an example right now what we are doing. So we ask the question, and we see here that we are orchestrating tool calling to ChatGPT 5 mini, then it's doing a tool search, which is basically searching for the documents, and then it's giving us the response. And what I like here is that at any time, we can even take a look and see each one of these AI parts here. We have the system message, the user message, the tool that we call. Then we have here the response of the tool, where we see, okay, we found this super cool set of documents, and this is the output. And hey, at the end, what we also do as part of this sample is to generate a couple of sample questions to do kind of a follow-up of what are you doing here, of what are you asking. So if we go back here, we are going to see that we have the details about the GPS watch. We can open the documents and we can see a lot of things. If I open the document here, we are going to see that we even implement in the viewer the selection of what we are talking about. So this is out of the box. So this is fun. This is what I like. I don't know, Paulo, have you used this one? What do you think about the AI chat, web chat AI template? I never remember the full name.
So, don't worry about remembering the full name. So, the good part of it is that you can explore multiple ways that you can know how AI can impact the real world, right? That's a question that I usually got sometimes. So, how AI can impact what I do, right? And the good part is that AI with MCP, tons of other toolings that we have, and now with Microsoft Agent Framework, can do tons of amazing stuff with .NET. And not only that, you can see that it deals with specifications, it can do RAG. So the basic techniques are already covered by everything on this sample. And not only that, you can learn much more with generative AI for beginners on that as well. So that makes you aware on how can you use AI to impact everything on we have. And that's the thing. The current trend is that AI is going to be embedded in a lot of workplaces, especially in early in career jobs. So because of it, I'll be very aware of how to use AI tooling effectively and how to be smart about it.
Yes. And because this is kind of the core-based template, I was started to think, okay, how we can extend this? What else we can do? What are the places that we can add some fun here? So
Yeah, how can you have fun?
yes, so we have new models to generate images in AI Foundry. We have the GPT Image 1, we have Sora 2, I have a surprise also there later to generate videos and more. And we also have Flux 1. Flux 1 is a super popular model that you can use right now. I don't know if it's available. I don't think so in GitHub models, but you can use Flux 1 in Hugging Face, and we are going to see that later. So I extended this application and I said, in example, say generate an image of a puppy. And what it's going to do, and we are going to, let's refresh I think I lost it when I opened here. What it's going to do and what we are going to see when we generate this is that we have a new set of tools that are being calling on the back. So not only doing drag anymore. Right now, what we are going to do is call basically an image generator that is going to generate something like this. And hey, it's kind of nice. You can download the tool and more. And once again, if we go here and we don't lose the trace, this is the one. We are going to see that we have a tool that is generating the image, and this tool is generating the image locally in my disk. But we can see that this is a tool calling the community services, Azure AI deployments, Flux 1.1 Pro that I have here in one of our demo accounts. So how do we build this? Where do we start? How do we extend the initial AI chat that we had with a couple of RAG and documents to also be able to do this? And by the way, we have the full process here. So I don't know do you want me to take a look and see if we can change the puppy breath?
Absolutely. And one thing I would like to comment on this as well is that you can see how Aspire makes you too easy to debug. You can see how easy Bruno traced everything that he did from like his first command on like saying, hey, do this puppy image, to him creating it, seeing what it called, what, etc. And that's a nice thing about .NET, right? It's so easy to debug with the nice tool that it has, including Aspire. And here you can see how, including with AI and embedding itself, it can be very nice and a breeze to look on how the inner work is work without being confused about all the errors and the things in your chat.
Yes, and hey, when I use one of the questions to change the puppy bread and ask me follow-up questions about the bread, and you usually don't need to do this when you work with a large language model. Go crazy, do something amazing. But hey, it went crazy and did something amazing. And we have here probably the cutest. This is a husky. I think it's very similar to my dog. The husky. I don't know where. A lot of lights and more. Hey, and we have here, as you mentioned, we have here the full conversation. So we have context. We are talking. So what is happening in the back here? So this is the moment that, yes, once again, we can go here and start to see the whole set of threads and everything that's happened. Somewhere here, we should have everything. But what I like, and as you mentioned, is that Aspire is going to give us these advanced tools. And we have here also the chance to analyze the message that we have, original system message. Then we have the user. Then we have the Siberian Husky puppy that okay. We can do a lot of things here, but this is the .NET Conf, so let's start to see some .NET Code. Okay,
Yay, let's do some .NET.
perfect. So this is the project. So let's keep this one open here. So this is the project that we have at the beginning. This is the project that we've been running. You are going to find the final results in the resources of the event. So let me open one where we are going to start to talk about what we have here. And I know, Pablo, I talked a lot about this in the past. Sorry about this, but I think it's nice to have this as kind of a conversation in terms of, hey, let's start to learn what we can do. So once I open Visual Studio, there it is. Of course, it's in the other monitor. Let's start with the first concept of what we've seen. So right now, we have a web application that is using an agent in the back, and we are going to see how the agent works. And the agent is connected to a set of tools, and it's connected to a tools that allows you to search in a vector database, another tool to generate images. It's also manage memory, and it's use a large language model in order to provide you some answers. So the core part here of this is that we are using one of the new packages. We are one of the new elements that we provided and we published in Microsoft, which is the Microsoft Agent Framework. And the Microsoft Agent Framework is an amazing tool. It's an amazing package that we have right now. If you go to see the details and go to the README, then we go here, and we are going to see that we are still in preview. Maybe when we publish this, is already published and more, but we are in version 1.0.0 preview 25, and we have implementations to use this in C# with vector databases locally or in the cloud with providers like Azure OpenAI or Foundry or Olama and more. But the ABC of how it works is very easy. It's literally, we are going to use a large language model. And when we have a large language model and sync GPT models, sync Cohere model, a Llama model, and more, when you have the model, we are going to create an agent. So I have here created a very simple application. This is a .NET application that basically read my user secrets of my application. I already set up this to save some time. And then it's going to create an OpenAI AI client. And this AI client is using Microsoft Extension for AI, which Microsoft Extension for AI is our core base of libraries for everything AI related. So we can see here that we are creating an OpenAI client only using an endpoint, and then we have a deployment name, which I think I am using right now, GPT-5. One important thing to mention here is that I am not running this using the API key. Even if I can run this with the API key, and for some scenarios is cool for you to use the API key, if you don't have the chance, we strongly advise everyone to always use integrated security. So right now, you see here that my credential is not an API key credential, it's a CLI credential, because I already I authorize myself using my command line interface. But you can test with API key, that's cool, but I will say that never go in production using API keys with keyboards and more. If you can use managed extensions, go for managed extension. And this is kind of an old school suggestion, but I don't know, Pablo, what do you think about this?
I'm gonna say right away, security in the AI age is more important than ever, and because of it, it's it's a very big recommendation for us, especially both like in the companies I talk with, even here at Microsoft, we are suggested to like go away from the API keys and go directly to credentials. If you don't know how to do credentials, don't worry. for some people that they are so used to do API keys, right? Because when we are in university, we are, oh, let's copy and paste the endpoint, the thing, which is, no, it's easy, it's fun, you just copy and paste, put the big M, and you forget it, right? But even with like environment, sometimes the environment can leak, right? So it then leaks, and then you have the key to solve this endpoint. It's not good. It's not bueno. So because of that, I would really recommend for you to take a look at how to do with the credentials. Don't worry, you can go very easily. I'm gonna ask you to log in, and then boom, it's very breezy, it's nice, and then you can go and use as normal, as usual, and you're much more secure. And you don't need to forget about, oh no, I committed my keys into my GitHub. So that is a problem that sometimes I did that once. Really, I had that. Oh man, I did that when I was talking. So don't worry, it's usual to do like mistakes like it, and then but the important is to learn and how to go forward with that.
Yes, and if you go for integrated managed credentials, you are going to forget about the keys, so you are not going to have that problem. But in example, one scenario where you are going to use the keys if you are using GitHub models because you need to pass or save in your environment your token, the personal access token that GitHub give to you to access this. But then, remember, API keys are fine to use while testing and learning, never in production if you can avoid that. That said, let's go back here. We have a chat client. We have this amazing Azure OpenAI client. So what we can do right now? We can do a couple of things. So we can do I can do an agent and do a new chat client agent. So we have a chat client agent. And then when I create my agent, what I can do is basically add my client. So that is going to create a client, but this is an agent, sorry, but this is kind of a boring agent. Let's add some personality here to an agent. So what I can do here right now is I can add a set of options, and the options are going to ask me where I'm going to do the name, instructions, and more. That's one other way to do it. Another one, which I like more, it's basically do pick up the clients that we have, and here ask this to create an agent. So we have here another option. We have another option, which is here to create an AI agent. And I like this one. And again, this is all depending on your the way that you like to code, but I like to have the clients and then the client create an agent from the chat client because it kind of makes sense. So let's do a name here, and the name is going to be net conf student zones, conf student zone, and then also let's set up some instructions, like an example instructions where we are going to basically define that you are a useful agent that always reply a helpful assistant. There it is. So we have this. We have already created our first agent, and again, it's the silliest agent ever, but it kind of works and it's kind of nice because right now I can do something. Let me copy and paste about. Let's do something like this to basically say, okay, give me a response where we are going to have the agent, and we are going to say, hey, run and write a short story about the haunted house. We are close to Halloween. Halloween is already done here. No, let's story about dotnet conf. Let's see what we have here. And then when we run this, let's set up this start project. What we're going to have is ABC, create an agent, create a project. And when we have create a chat client, then create an agent. And when we have the agent, we are going to have the agent running. Here is the console. And after a couple of seconds, we are going to have a long story about, in this case, is the dotnet conf. And by the way, I am not using streaming here, but the agents also give you, if you want, the chance to do streaming. So you are going to get token by token the generation, and you're going to have a lot of stuff. Did I put a breakpoint here? No, it's still working. It's going to create, oh my God, wow, a very long story, a very long story about the dotnet conf, 3 days of keynotes, breakout sessions, and more. But this is literally as easy as you can do to create an agent. You don't need anything else. You don't need anything more. You have here the created agent from a chat client that you have here, and then you can create an agent and ask for the instructions. What do you think, Pablo?
I think that's amazing. You can even see like we do 10 lines of code and you have an agent in .NET. Usually people think that scripting languages are like I gotta give I'm not saying comparing myself like against Java, against Python, against like script JavaScript. But I'm saying that you can see that people think, oh, .NET is convoluted. .NET is a little bit harder to write. But you can see we did it so easily. We just created this new chat client, puts into the variable agent, and then it just get a simple response. And boom, that's it, right? So it's the power of like what can we do with agents in .NET is that it is easy to do, a few lines, and you already have a fully complete agent to do anything that you want.
Yes, and a lot of people ask when we are talking about this because the whole idea of the agent framework is to start in a simple way and then go to production. And you sometimes start in simple ways means, in example, can I use any of the frameworks that we have to do local agents like Olama or AI Foundry Local and more? And yes, if you want to take a look of a very similar agent but running in Olama, these are the 20 lines of code that you need to do this. First of all, you create an Olama client. When you have your Olama client here, which is the chat client, then you do chat clients. And this is the other way. Remember that I show 1 and 2 and I use 2. This is kind of the original one when you create a chat client and then you pass the options. And let's do this storytelling engine creative. Let's do short stories, better engagement and creative, and always add bad jokes to them. So we are going to have a writer here that is going to do this. Let's write a short story about .NET Conf once again. So let's add this, but in this case, we are going to run this in Olama. Olama is a application that we are really fan of it and allows you to run your models locally and you can download models and more. Most of the popular models are already here. I like to run Olama here in my Docker container. So you see here that I have a container that is Olama and it's running. Let's clear the outputs. And if I go to my terminal, this is the terminal of the container. You can see here that I have, these are the models that I have locally, Llama 3.2, All Mini LM, 5.4, and more. So this is the model that I am running right now. And what I am going to do, I'm going to run this. And because we are using Llama 3.2, it's going to take some time to basically run and do everything. But in order to take a look at how it's working, let me also start a super cool application, the Super Console application. And this is a GPU viewer that one of the friends that we have in the .NET show that we run every 2 weeks on the .NET channel created. So instead of going to my task manager and see GPU or use another, this is a super, super lightweight viewer. An important part here is that I ran this, but I didn't explain the start. The start of my GPU viewer is .NET Run. .NET Run and directly one C# file. I am not using a project. I am not using anything. I just have a couple of 50, 30, I can't remember. You can take a look how many lines that we have here in a CS class, and this is doing everything. And this is a new super cool feature that we have in .NET 10. So let's start the viewer one more time. And when I have my GPU viewer here, let's start the application. Let's minimize this. And we are going to see a couple of things. Let me put here this one and this one here. We are going to see that the GPU is going to start. Yes, Pablo, sorry.
Oh, no, don't worry. One thing I may add is that how cool is it, right? That you can run things locally. And that's a thing that's another mixed construction that people sometimes have say, oh, no, I'm using Microsoft stuff. I need to do proprietary. No, we are fully connected, open source, and easy to use. As you can see in the case here with Olama, but you can use tons of open source models. You can choose between GitHub models. You can go and use Azure, but you can go as one use Olama if your computer handles it. It's amazing and a very nice, quite way to do a lot of things with Olama.
Yes, and this is a kind of a small model, so it didn't literally make my GPU work. But if I change, remember, if I go back here to Olama and I ask Olama, hey, Olama, show me the process that you are running, said nothing up here. But if I change and I ask to use GPT OSS, this is the moment that we are going to start to see where is my AgentFX demos? This is the moment that we are going to start to see how The GPU is going to work a lot more because this is a heavier model. This is going to literally start to use a lot of resources. And if I go back here and I take a look at the chat, we are also going to see how it takes a couple of seconds to start the model. So I will leave everything here. So if people wants to start to chat and more, there it is. It's working here. Oh, I think I ran the wrong one. Let me go back here. Agent FX. No, let's go to Agent FX demos.
It is. Yeah.
Yes, let's run the set a startup project. Olama, double check, and let's go back here to the GPU. Oh, I think I need to put the full name here.
Yeah, you need to put the full name.
This is
People?
one.
We are actually recording this. It is not it's pre-recorded, but even if it's pre-recorded, we still have everything that makes a live demo.
Yes, and you can see here how we start to have the spike when we are running this. But good things, we can run agents, we can run a lot of things also locally. If you want, you can learn by running locally. And again, models like GPT OSS, Llama, 5.4, and more are super, super useful to do this. So let's stop the viewer. Let's stop here Olama, and let's continue learning about our process. So we have here, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have here the very simple way to create an agent, but how we add features to an agent. Remember that we talk about we can use, like an example, do RAG and add some tools to an agent. So it's going to search in a vector database, or we can generate images and more. So this is the moment that we are going to switch to our next demo that is going to start to talk about MCP. MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. Is a super, super popular protocol that we have right now to basically create AI applications and to consume AI services, AI resources, AI tools, and more. And it was created a long time ago, not a long time ago, in November last year, literally 1 year ago, and it became kind of the standards to everyone. And we have here right now, let's close all of this, we have here one amazing package, again in .NET, to work with MCP. So as before I show you how we have the agent package, now we also have here the Model Context Protocol package. It's also in progress. It's following everything new that came to the MCP specification. But what we have here is the chance to basically start to implement tools using MCP. So if you are, an example, using Visual Studio Code, and I use half and half for both of them. If you are using Visual Studio Code, you are probably going to, and you're using Copilot, you probably already seen this small feature that we have here in the bottom, where you can use which model do you want to work, agent, plan, ask, edit, and you also have the model that you want to use. What is the mode? This is the model, it's GPT-4, GPT-5, Mini, and then you have an example here, the tools that you want to use. These tools are mostly MCP server-based tools. So you can add new tools here in an easy way. If you want to learn about what tools you have, and you see here that they have tons of servers connected, I like to go to the official MCP registry that we have here and start to search here for the ones that we like. I don't know, Pablo, if you have any preference here on where do you find your MCP tools?
Oh, I find my MCP tools, the focus on MCP, as I have a repo for it. But actually, I gotta say one thing that's gonna surprise you, Bruno. It's the first time hearing about this website. Please send me after this. I actually want to explore this. This sounds amazing.
It's super easy to get here, github.com/MCP, but I always get here when I forgot. I go to the home page of Visual Studio Code, and then I click on MCP here, and that's it. We are in the MCP registry, which is the one that we just seen. But yes, it's MCP, github.com/MCP. And you can see here that we have MCPs to the Markdown, which is a converter for any type of document to Markdown. We have the MCP, the GitHub server. We have third-party servers like Notion, Microsoft Learn. There are a lot of things. The one that I use and the one that I can show you that we can probably use to generate images is Hugging Face. And Hugging Face, I already have it here opening. Hugging Face server, this is the official MCP server, And you can install the server because MCP, as we mentioned, is a standard. You can install the Hugging Face in a lot of tools like Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, or other AI tools. And then you can even get and start to see how you can do this. So we have here, this is the setting page, and most of the MCP are installed basically usually in the JSON definition. In this case, you only need the URL. This is a server-side running server MCP. So you're going to connect to a server, you can run MCP locally. So there are different ways to do this. But let's stop here and talk a little about Hugging Face, because you're probably thinking, what is this Hugging Face stuff? What are we talking about? So Hugging Face is kind of the GitHub, but for AI. I used to spend a lot of time here, not anymore. I don't know, Pablo, if you go to Hugging Face to see what is new and more, or are you using any Hugging Face resources?
I'm gonna say right away, I actually do use some Hugging Face resources. For example, I'm gonna give you a very niche example. For instance, I was testing with some RAG things, and for like very local samples, if you want to do some RAG, Hugging Face is pretty good because they have like very light models for like embedding, like 384, quick, nice, fresh, right? So Hugging Face is incredible to do everything that you need from AI. And Azure has it as well, right? So that's a nice thing. Okay, they opt out, go in, we use Azure or just using Hugging Face. The Hugging Face models are incredible. And it's a pleasure to explore this with tons of millions of people that use Hugging Face as well.
Yes, and we can see here that literally we have someone, and there are millions of models here, by the way. But we have here that a couple of hours ago, they updated this bio and EMU model, which I don't know what is this. It's a large-scale deep learning model for efficient prediction biomolecular.
Wow, that seems advanced.
that seems to be a nice one and more, but there are a lot of models, and you can see that Microsoft published their models here. OpenAI, DeepSeek, Meta, everyone who is doing models in a free way that you can download and use it, the model is probably going to be here. The same with dataset, documentations, and more. But what I really like is that they have, not this one, in this one, in the tools that they have an MCP, and you can access tools. You can access here a set of tools where you can search papers, because there are a lot of academic papers here from the models and AI, data sets, you can search for models, or you can use a couple of minutes, I can't remember how many minutes per day, of free GPUs to run this Flux-1 shell model, which is an image generation model, which is also part of Hugging Face. So if you configure this and you use it, you're going to have it in your machine ready to use. So you can create a free account here, you can create an account for free, and then have a couple of minutes to use an image generator model if you don't go and have the models like I have here in Azure OpenAI, where we have here the models of deployments, and I have the Flux-1 Pro, which you can see that I just deployed this latest version of this and I've been using for some testing. So if you don't want to use credit for your model, you can easily use the model with Hugging Face. But the different part here is that this is an MCP. So how we can connect this, how we can do the MCP part. So I have here the second demo that we have. We have a chat client provider. So this is one is ready to create a chat client as we've seen before. And then we have here an MCP client provider that is going to use the MCP clients that we've seen before, the packets that we see, and then is going to create these lines of code, which is basically everything that we need. We're going to create a header because we need to pass a token. You can create your token from your Hugging Face account. So this is kind of the authorization tokens. So you are going to put your token here, which I have as part of my user secrets. And then we are going to create an HTTP client transport where we are going to put the Hugging Face URL that we've seen on the JSON. We are going to add the name, we are going to add the headers with the key, and then when we create the client, we are going to get the list of tools. And in this specific scenario, I'm returning both. I'm returning the list of tools and the client. There are better ways to do this, but I like to do this in an easy way so we can start to chat and more. And here, what we are going to do, let me copy and paste the first line of code. We are going to basically create, let's remove this, create a Hugging Face, a collection of clients and tools, and then we are going to write the name of the tools. So I am going to connect to the servers and I'm going to write the name of the tool. So if we run this, let's see if we don't have an issue, build and run agent fx2. We are going to see here that we have who am I, search for space, search for model, search for paper, the flux one here, infer. So this is what we just seen. So this is as easy as it is to connect and use in a chat if you want to connect to MCP server. But at the same time, how about if I want to create a chat client? We've seen this before. So we are going to create a chat client, no news here. And then let's create a image generation agent. And this one is going to be a little longer, a little more verbose, but mostly because I am going to add two things which are also super important. First, all of these frameworks out of the box are, I will say that all of them, because in the ones that I've seen, they all are ready to be traceable. So it's going to give you a lot of information around traceability. So we are going to have the chance to, okay, let's see what's happened. How many tokens did I use? How much time did it take? Which is the endpoint that I call and more. So there are, I can't remember all, but there are a lot of values that we can trace, and it's amazing. It's super useful to have them. So when we create the chat client, create an agent, I'm going to provide a name for the agent. It's going to be image generation, and I'm going to provide a set of instructions. So when I am going to ask create an image, the server, the agent is know, okay, if someone asks you to create an image, use the Hugging Face server. Use this model, and the image should always be pixelated and with size, I don't know, 256, 256. Let's create the small images. So size 256. So we are going to define here basically how the agent should behave. Very similar to what we did before. Then I'm going to add and pass to the agent the tools that we have from before. These are the tools that we created and get from the MCP. So we connect to Hugging Face. We are going to get the list of tools and we are going to pass it here. And you can add more tools if you want. You can add, in example, in the websites that we show at the beginning, in the web chat, we have a mix of tools that do image generation and document search. You can mix tools from different MCP servers. You can control everything that you have there. Then we are going to use the open telemetry. Super important. We want to have, as I mentioned, we want to have telemetry. We want to see what is happening. And then at the end, let's add some questions. Let's use the agent and let's see what is the name of the user logged into the Hugging Face MCP server, and let's run this async. At this moment, when I run this, run, yes, I build and run, it's going to show me, of course, the first set of tools, and then I am logging with my bearer, with my token, with
Wow, now it's Bruno.
that's my name. So if I go here back to Hugging Face, there it is, and we see here into my account, this is my profile, El Bruno. So this is what we have right now. And hey, I even get, remember that we enable telemetry. So I know that for these specific interactions, I use the GPT-5 mini model. I use how many tokens? I think the tokens are somewhere here. We have the finish agent stop. We have input token 2950, a short answer, El Bruno. So a couple of tokens in the answer and more. This is what's expected. And hey, that's it. As easy as to call, and this is as easy as we want to do to call to call a tool. If we want to change, of course, here, if we want to change our behavior and generate an image, we can do something like generate an image. I don't know. Raccoon in Canada is my go-to demo, but Pablo, do you have any preference?
I do have the .NET Submarine. I don't know if I can try to header it, but
Let's see what it's doing. The .NET Submarine. Let's try to do
let's
a mix.
see it.
Yes, let's try to do a mix here. So let's
Bruno, I have a question for you. What is your favorite MCP tool? Like, imagine that I'm starting exploring MCP and I want to learn of some tools. Would be Microsoft's Learn, or have some other recommendations as well to learn a little bit on how I can use those MCP tools?
So the two that I have all the time enabled in most of my IDEs are the Microsoft Docs, the Microsoft Learn, which is basically because I want to, when I generate code, when my Copilot is helping me to generate code, I want them to, it's open here. We didn't test it, but I'm going to show it. So I like to generate code using the latest documentation that we have. Sometimes the model doesn't know how to do anything, but if you connect them to the right data sources, they're going to be good in doing that. And Microsoft Learn is for that. And the other one is a very similar, is Context 7, which has also a lot of information about how to use AI in scenarios. So those are the two that I use a lot. And of course, GitHub. GitHub is kind of part of the IDE right now. How about that?
Oh, I gotta say right away, and my answer is the same. But I do like the GitHub one because the GitHub one allows you to even control your GitHub from your agent window. So you can actually say push, get everything, but without even typing. It really is smart and can do a lot of things. And for me, I'm going to be a little bit biased. I'm really like, modernization. So I actually love like the GitHub modernization for .NET.
Oh, yes.
It's something that is amazing. It works really nice. And the thing I always love to show, at least when I go to conventions, and say, hey folks, you can modernize this. So yeah, it's like, hey, I can help you even modernize applications as well.
Yes. So, hey, this is what our models think about the .NET submarine and a raccoon in the which, I mean, if I go back to my prompt, to the prompt that we use, this is fine. This is good.
This is
A
fine,
raccoon
yeah.
in the .NET submarine. So, yes, this is a raccoon in a submarine that seems to be a .NET one. So, I can't complain, but my guess is that this model doesn't understand the concept of the .NET submarine, our mascots, and one of the things that we have. But I like it. It's kind of fun.
We needed some image to image thing, probably, but that's now much more things that we plan. But
Yes, I mean, it's not part. That's a nice segue. So it's not part of the set of MCP tools, but the Flux One model allows you to do image to image. So if you want to do image to image, you have the chance to do this. As part of the generative AI for beginners repository, we have this set of demos where, let me hide here Foundry and more, where we have the one that we just seen using AI and we're creating an agent and the agent connected to MCP and more. This is literally what we just code here. And the second one, it's a similar one, but in this one, what we are going to do, we are going to create a tool and the tool is going to be an image generation. And this image generator is going to create an image using literally the endpoint of Flux One. Where we have here the endpoint, we have a couple of tools to use. We have a base path with generations that is going to generate an image based on the prompt, or you have, can't remember the name of the second one, which is kind of image to image. So you can pick up an image, you can pick up two images and say, use this base image and generate something on top of that. I don't have the demo right now here, but when you are going, but this is going to be ready in later today because I need to publish and more, but this is literally the same.
yeah,
But yeah,
so
Flux One give us the chance to do that. Yes, sorry, Paulo.
one thing I'm gonna say is that if we're really interested, I'm gonna just say this when we go end this talk as well, because I know already what I'm gonna plug, right? Because I'm the host. It's a good part to be the host. I already know I'm gonna be call to action. But the thing is, Generative AI for Beginners.net is the place to learn Generative AI in .NET. It is easy, the language is fun, and you can do this and much, much more, with me and Bruno talking about much more about Generative AI. So if you have any interest there, take a look at Generative AI for .NET. It's incredible.
Yes. So with everything that we are getting close to the end, so everything that we learn, everything that we see, let's go back. Let me switch here to another branch. So let's here to Bruno Upgrade, to AI. Let's go back to our AI web chat and let's review the changes that we did in order to get this. Remember that initially this, besides the cosmetical change, the UI style and change, we start here where we have here basically the creation of a GPT-4 mini or GPT-5 mini model and embedding. And I already have also the Foundry model with Flux One, but the changes happen all in the front where at the beginning, I have a huge system prompt here where I find that you are going to be an agent that is going to help people do document Q&A. So if someone asks a question, you first need to search your database of documents to see if you can answer the question. If you find something, reply with a citation file so we can use the names there. And then image generation. if someone asks question about image generation, you are going to use the tool for image generations. And if you have combined request, first perform the search and then cite the results and do the request. So this is kind of the standard prompt. Then what we do here is we add the GPT-5 model, we add this OpenAI client, and we are going to add the chat client, the chat agent. Remember how we create the agent. So I have my chat client here, and then I said, create an AI agent. I am going to have the name, the system prompt, and then I'm going to add the two tools, the both tools that we see. A search tools that is going to do the vector search and image generate from prompts tool. So this is literally what we've seen before by part. Once I have my agent, that's it, it's ready to go. And I only add here my search functions also, so we can use embeddings. Sorry, we can use DI here, so we have it as service. Then on the chat page, if I go to my chat page, I open the chat, a couple of things are going to happen here. I'm going to embed my chat client. I'm going to embed the generation service just for clean stuff. This is another prompt, but I was testing it to clean this. But what I'm going to do is when we start, we are going to get the agent based on the name. So we are going to say, hey, service provider, give me the agent that we have here, the AI agent. And then when we ask questions, when we start to interact with the chat and more, we are going to basically say, hey, agent, do the streaming part. Remember that we told that the agents also support the streaming. So do the streaming part, give me the response using streaming, and show me what you have there. And that's basically it. I mean, there are a lot of other changes in this specific sample because I wanted to have a different look and feel. I wanted to have kind of a nice, there is no viewer for image. So I create an image chat viewer that is going to show you the little image. And if you click on the image, it's going to show you the big image. But those are the changes. Literally add an agent, add some tools, and connect the agent to the tools. And then you can run it, and it's going to be very, very similar to the one that we've seen before, because this one is not using the chat client, is using agents. So I can go here and let's ask the same question here. Generate an image of a raccoon and the .NET submarine. So let's see how it works here. And this is the same model, but in the cloud. If I go here to the traces, we are going to start to see here the different calls and more. And let's see the Flux one. If it's the one in the cloud, we have here generate image from prompt. So we have what we are doing, the model that we are calling, the model in the cloud. We have the response here. So we have the image generated. I can't see a submarine here.
We need to improve our prompt engineering on that. I think he just like submarine, like he's just there, right?
Yes, we need to make it. I like it. I mean, it's nice. And by the way, doesn't have the pixelator. This is generating kind of a high level images, so you can see here how they work. And by the way, this is not high level. As far as I remember, in the image generator, we have somewhere here when I write this, we have one of the configuration is do the standard, and I think the other values is HD. Let's see if we have HD, what we have. But once again, this is all starting to play with the different models, different options, different everything, and start to see what we have. One more time, .NET. Oh, let's ask only for the .NET submarine.
Yeah, let's go generate a .NET submarine. In the sea.
In the ocean. In the Arctic Ocean.
Wow.
And I hope HD was the right value there, because this is a string, and if I have the wrong value, we are going to have some weird error where we're going to see only allowed values are standard and whatever. But hey, it seems that it's working because, oh no, it's probably a big one, a very big one. We can go here.
We need to go to.
I can go to the traces.
And you're gonna open your files, yeah.
And see here the tool. So this is the generated image. Ooh. But I think I can't see .NET.
I'm fine with that. It's already a submarine. I think we need to be more specific on the .NET part, but that's fine. I gotta say purple submarine because that's the thematic is our purple. Our .NET bot is exploring every single place to bring you. How can you learn .NET? And not only that, is bringing like all the speakers from .NET Conf. They already out of way. I'm here at this nice place in the beach. I'm not in the beach really, but I'm close to it, so I'm gonna be tropical. And you see, even like the big sun. Oh no, the sun. It's just a lie. But these are the fun things about us here in the .NET Conf Student Zone, right? We learn so much. We learn how to do things and how we implement those in everywhere. Bruno, any last messages?
No, hey, just to invite everyone to start to play with this. This is super fun. This is super easy to start to play. As you see, with a couple of lines here and there, you can build end-to-end solutions, use the templates, use the model, use more because it's, I don't know, I like it a lot. And then now we have MCP. There are also a lot of things that we can do. There are coming, new things coming, ASINs coming. Hey, fun days to start to do .NET stuff.
Exactly. Folks, if you want to learn more, please, I'm gonna say right away, have so many resources here at .NET Considered Zone to make you learn about that. Not only that, but we have certain investors that are doing a lot of like learning paths so you can go and actually learn much more. So I really appreciating having Bruno here. Bruno, thank you so much for giving this amazing talk to the folks at .NET Student Zone. And folks, I appreciate here, but we are not over. We have much more to come. Take it away, Pablo. Wow, that's why Copilot is incredible. We can do a lot of things with GitHub Copilot, and it's the power of the AI that allows us to do amazing things, since from scratch to agent mode. And the good part is that GitHub Copilot is free. You can actually take a look here on anywhere on the screen. I don't know what it'll be, but you can actually take a look on how to do and use Copilot for free. It is incredible and a very nice thing to have on your toolset. Then we're gonna have our amazing next new session. Let's take a look.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at our session today on best practices to code with Copilot. While you are learning this new .NET language, we also want to introduce you to your personal AI assistant, GitHub Copilot in Visual Studio. My name is Simona. I'm a product manager in the Visual Studio GitHub Copilot team, and today I'm really happy to be joined with Sharda.
Hi everyone, I am Sharda Kaur, Microsoft Go Student Ambassador and a community blogger. I'm very glad to be there and become a part of the .NET Conference 2025.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. And then the most important and the first message Charlotte and I want to tell you is that GitHub Copilot is free for all of you to use.
Yes. So, the first and the most important thing I want to share is the GitHub Copilot is a free for all of you to use. So now let's talk about something really helpful for the students, which is the GitHub education. If you are a student and you love building projects, and this must have, with GitHub education, you get a free access to the premium tools and that developer use in every day for making their projects. And the tools like GitHub Copilot Pro are a free cloud credits partner offer like Microsoft, Azure, Canva, Namecheap, and many more other things. You can apply for GitHub Copilot using your student ID or university email. Once it approved, you can see all the tools you are using for learning and building your projects, or even contributing to the open source. I think it's a great way to gain a real world experience and start building your developer profile early. Let me share my screen and tell you how you can get your education with developer pack easily by applying through the application. So so here is a GitHub education website in the browser. You can search it, and through this, we can know about how you can join your application, and with your application, how you can join this program, and as well as how you can become a GitHub Copilot uh, a campus expert in your campus, as well as how you can use the application in your daily life. And if you click on the GitHub Join Education, and you will see it get into the application which I need to be filled and to get all the access, all the things which is they providing. And if I start my application, they ask me if I am a student or a teacher. I click on the student and I select my school and share the location of my area so that they can know about that where I am living. And I continue this, and after that I need to be share my school id or my university id. And after my proof is clear, uh, I need to be submit the application. Once it they if they think that my application is genuine and they approve my application, and after that I access all the feature provided by the GitHub education, and which is very helpful for me and for the students who are using and to building their projects or working on the open source projects. So
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Sharda.
so now we will move to the Visual Studio 26 community. So if we take a look at the Visual Studio 26 Community Edition, this version is a completely free and designed for the students, individual developers, and the small teams. So, what is a new in that? And then they release a new version which is integration with the .NET and .NET 10, which is a very smarter Copilot assistance and a faster debugging tools. It is a more lightweight, more responsive, and perfect for learning and building a professional application. You can debug, you can test, code, deploy, from everything in a one place. And I think and it brings your idea into a reality by building the projects with the Visual Studio Community Edition.
Yeah, thanks, Sharda. So everyone, please remember to get the latest GA version of Visual Studio 2026 Community. This is a really full upgrade from VS 2022. You can see that we're having this fluent UI looking more lightweight and modernized, and also it's faster than ever with improved performance. And also, VS 2026 is really becoming a fully AI integrated IDE. And what I mean by being AI integrated is that you don't not only have AI to help you generate code, but it's actually at every step of your development circle or your learning journey of a new language. So starting from your trying to onboard to a new code base, to your planning, ideating, creating a new feature, to building the code, fixing bugs, testing, improving, optimizing the performance, this entire cycle will have Copilot to help you out. So through today's session, Sharda and I really want to show you all these powerful features to help you at every step. So before we jump into the features, I want to first share the demo project we prepared for today, which is National Park app. So this is a personal interest app I built, of course, with the help of Copilot, because I love visiting parks, national parks in the US. So I thought, wouldn't it be great if I have an app to track which parks I've visited and which I haven't. This app is built with .NET 10 and Windows UI framework. So you can see there's some basic filtering functionalities to filter based on region. And for each park, you can click into it to see a description, a visit status, and you can leave a review after visiting it. So we'll be working on this app today. Sharda, imagine I invite you to join me on building this national park app together. So you are trying to onboard yourself to a new code base. If you don't have AI or Copilot, what would you do to onboard to a new code base?
It's a very great question, Simona. First of all, and I just read the README file to understand what the project is, and then I check how to run the project and see it is working or not. And after that, I look into the folder structure and the important file to know more about this, and it is organized or not. And after that, I learn some basic coding language so that I can just need to be read the code properly, and slowly I start exploring the code step by step.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think that's our usual way of learning about a new code space. It is definitely effective and helpful, but then it's probably pretty time consuming. We need to go through each folder and each file. And it really depends on if this project is has good documentation, and if it doesn't, maybe it will slow your learning process as well. And the good news is we'll have Copilot to help you with this process. So the benefit of large language models is that they can understand natural language and also produce natural language. So you can have really easy conversations with them, just like you're talking to your private tutor. So let's go back to Visual Studio. And this is the file add visit dialog.xaml.cs. It's the code behind XAML. And basically the code behind this visit dialog. And let's say maybe you're just scrolling around and you're not sure what is this function about. So you can select this code, right click to pull up your context menu and find Copilot actions here. And you see there's a lot of actions that are all automatically available to you. Explain, which is perfect for our case, but you can also have Copilot to optimize the code for better performance. And you can also generate comments, documentation for this code, or generate unit tests. And let's click Explain. Here, Copilot automatically gets the context that we want to have more knowledge about this file. It seems like it's wanting to run a doc search, so it can have the most up-to-date knowledge about this value for C#. So I'll allow it to run this tool call. Now it's thinking. Great. So this is the result. I really like Copilot when it's giving explanations in bullet points and sections. It's pretty easy to read and parse the information. So it's basically saying this is declaring this public property exposed to its XAML bindings, and it's basically a getter and setter. And then for the setter, it also have onProperty changed function, which will raise if the data is changed and we need to update the UI to refresh UI. So this is pretty decent.
Presentation is great, Simona. But if I am a more visual person and I prefer to seeing a graph to explain the concepts, so what we will do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I believe maybe some of us are more visual and we can understand things better when having graphs or diagrams on the site. So mermaid diagram would be the perfect help in this scenario. So you can generate all types of flowcharts, class diagrams, and graphs to visualize those abstract coding concepts. And what is even better is that you can have Copilot to help you generate markdown syntax for mermaid, and you can preview the mermaid diagram directly in your editor. So let's say you generate a diagram to visualize national park. Copilot now is again gathering the necessary references and context so it can draw a diagram. Oops. Seems like it didn't render this in an active document. So sometimes, these things happen with Copilot because AI is non-deterministic. But let's try open a new thread and then do this again. Great. Opening in a new chat. Let's try it again. Could you generate a diagram to visualize the cons structures in national park? Okay. So now it's reading the projects again, finding all the relevant files so it can help us draw a diagram. Okay. Grabbing a bunch of context. Oh, great. So this time it's successfully rendered in active document. And all you need to do to preview this diagram is click this preview button. And then you'll see the diagram automatically loaded here. And this is pretty comprehensive in my opinion. So you can use these zoom controls to zoom in and zoom out. So you can see this is really giving us the structures and the relationship between the different components in my national park app. And then it seems like it even gives me more than one diagram. But I think that was So you have both ways to have Copilot help you out in learning a new code base, either through explanation or those more conversational style, or having Copilot generate diagrams. Okay, now we are back to the slides. So let's say now you're pretty familiar with this new code space you're working with, and you're ready to make some code changes. And now with AI assistants really transforming the way developers work, there are two trends of how to working with AI. First is editor-centric development. That means your focus is in the editor, you're typing out the code, and then Copilot will jump in to help you at different scenarios when it sets opportunities. And the other approach is prompt-driven development. So you're no longer focusing in the editor, but instead you are focusing on the Copilot chat window, and you are having conversations with Copilot agent to prompt it to help you do multiple tasks, from generating code to solving bugs, generating tests, all of that. So we'll talk about features under both development approaches today, and let's start it with editor-centric development first. I will hand it off to you, Sharda.
Here, I will talk about the Copilot completions. And when you are writing a code and suddenly Copilot start completing your sentence, so it like it really know your and where are you going to type. So this is a color completions. It suggests the next line of your code or even a complete or whole function of code for you. It's like having a smart coding buddy sitting beside you, helping you writing a faster code. Copilot understand your code and commands variable names and give suggestion about which actually fit about the logic. It save you a lot of time and keep you focused without jumping from the browser to the documentation. And let's move to the second feature, which is a next edit addition and suggestion. So here is a short form NES and for next edit suggestion, and this is my one of favorite feature because it feel like a copilot actually understand what you are doing. Instead of helping you while you're typing, it would look like your code and say, hey, and here, what you can improve next. For example, if you forget to handle an error or return a value, Copilot can remind you and suggest that fix. It really useful when you are cleaning up your code or working on a big projects. And so it's like having a smart teammate, not having a help you write a code, but also make sure that your code will become a better. So let's talk about the difference between the NES as well as completions. So if you think that NES as an upgrade to the code completion, completion is a good at auto completing an unfinished code. You have a providing a template to code to understand and start it in the faster. However, Copilot completion do have a limitations. It is limited by your current location, and it only generate the core suggestion at that place. However, that might not be the always for that you place for you. You need to be make a change. Many coding activities involve editing existing codes as much as you does and writing new lines. So yes, NES can further augment your code completions experience to assist all your code and and your editing activities. So here, this is the difference between the NES and then code next and edit and a suggestion and the completion. Over to you.
Thanks. So next, let's talk about adaptive paste. So I have a question for you, Sharda. When you are developing, how often do you copy paste code around?
Oh, I usually often use every day, and I do not know how much time I use, but because and I use often in a day.
Yeah, same. I also do it pretty often when I'm coding. I think copy paste is a super common pattern for every developer. You probably see something relevant elsewhere on Stack Overflow, and you want to use it in your own file. So copy and paste it into your editor, and boom, that gives you maybe at least 5 more compiler errors because all of those tiny errors, like the parameter names not matching or the syntax errors. Then you have to clean up all these mess for a few minutes. But that process would really slow you down. So we have Copilot to help you out that after you paste a code, it will automatically adapt it to fit in the current file environment. So it can help you adjust parameter names, variable names. It can also help you translating languages, not only coding languages like from C++ to C#, but also human languages. Like you can translate Chinese to English if English is the language used in your file. So let's take a look from the video. So I already have a ceiling function in this math class, and I'm copying ceiling and pasting. And Copilot understands I probably don't need two ceiling class. So what it does is it automatically adapted into a floor function, which is super reasonable to have in this math class as well. So that's adapted paste really help you save those repetitive tasks of cleaning up after pasting some code. Next, I'll talk about AI doc comments. So we all know writing documentation in your code file is super important, but then it's not the most fun thing to do. It's pretty tedious and boring sometimes.
Yeah, I think we have been there, and writing comments always feel like extra homework.
Yeah, exactly. But we also know it is definitely necessary to have good comments. So this could really improve the quality of our file to assist better readability and also help with later code reviews.
Exactly. It saves us so much time later when someone else had to read our code or even when we come back to sit after a week.
Yeah, so this is something necessary, but then maybe not the most fun to do. So again, we have Copilot to help you out in this scenario. Let's take a look at the demo video. So if you have used Visual Studio before, you might know that there is a shortcut of the 3 slashes in the editor. It will automatically generate a template for comments. And even better, now Copilot will fill in this template automatically for you. So it's providing a summary for the function as well as the description for the parameters. So even though maybe what Copilot provides you is not perfect, but it's a great starting point that you can edit from here and saves tons of time to generate this. So for both adaptive paste and AI doc comments, we're having Copilot to help you do those repetitive tasks. And so you can spend more of your time to work on the things that are really interesting for you. So that
That's
okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool. So Copilot actually understand what the function does and write a summary for us.
Yep, exactly. Thanks for the great call out, Sharda. And then I think that's enough talking. So let's switch back to Visual Studio and let's take a look at these features in action. So we'll be working on these two files, visit record and as well as add visit dialog. So if you look at the current national park app, in this visit record, we only have visit date and rating. I would love to have a comments area as well so I can type in my reviews. So let's implement that together. So this is data model that define the fields in visit record. And I need to add the public string comments as well. So type it out. And then here, Copilot's completions understand what I'm trying to do and help me auto-complete the rest of my word. So I'll hit tab to accept here. And it also suggesting me to initialize the comments here, and then I will escape to dismiss the suggestion because I want to actually initialize it in here, where all the other fields are being initialized. Oh, notice what just happened? All I did was placing my caret in this near location, and this is yes jumping in to help. Next edit suggestions predicted, my next move is to initialize this private fields, and perfect. So all I need to do is tap to accept. And another thing I want to quickly call out is when you have a Copilot suggestion for you, you will see this margin indicator. And if you click on it, you will see all the options you have. So you can tap to accept the entire suggestion. You can also only accept part of it. Like you can use control red arrow to accept one word at a time, or down arrow to accept one line at a time, or dismiss if this is not what you are looking for. So this is a pretty helpful little menu that you can always go back to if you forgot what are the options you have. But in this case, I'll just happily accept. So now we have initialized this field, and we also need to write a getter and setter for comments. And as some of you might already notice, all these getters and setters are pretty similar. So perfect. Completions again understands what I'm trying to do here and provided this suggestion. So I can again tap to accept. Seems like it has another suggestion for me. So this is next edit suggestion. After I accept the previous suggestion, it's predicting what I might be interested next. So I need to tap to jump to the next location. And exactly, it was even ahead of me. Then yes. So here is the function that returns a new visit record. And of course, we need to add comments here as well. This feels pretty magical, just this tap, tap, tap flow. So I'll tap again to accept the suggestion. And here it's asking me if I want to split the comments. And I was like, no, thank you. I'm good to just return the entire comments. Okay, let me come back here and then unpack what I didn't finish. Because Copilot was just so quick to get what I want. But what I was about to mention is that you can also use adaptive paste in this scenario because all these getters and setters are pretty similar. So this is a great scenario for adaptive paste. You can maybe copy the ratings function. And then to access adaptive paste, you need to go to Edit, find Paste Special, and then you have the option to paste with Copilot, or the shortcut is Shift plus Alt plus V. But because, Copilot completions already understood what we want, so I won't show it here, but I want to show you there are just multiple ways, so many help in the editor to help you get the work done. So now we have finished editing this code behind demo, and we also need to edit the actual demo as well. So this is the UI of our visit record window, and then you see we have a date picker as well as a rating slider, and we'll need a comment box. And again, completions or Copilot just understood what I'm trying to do, so it's offering to generate this comments text box for me. How perfect! I'll tap to accept that, and now is the moment of truth. I'll close the app and then rebuild it to see if it actually helps me to add this comments text box. And one thing I really want to highlight is you see all this combination of editor-centric features really keep you in your flow. So I'm on the task of adding this new comments feature, and then completions and yes are all helping me towards that goal. I wasn't really interrupted. It was feel really smooth. Okay, let's see how's the build going. Okay. Oh, I think it's finished and successful. Here it is. Perfect. And let's check if it's working now. Great. This is exactly what I wanted. And then it's also working as a comment box. So perfect. This is the overview of our editor-centric features. And now let's switch gears and come back to the slides. So next, we'll take a look at the prompt-driven development. So editor-centric development was really good at helping you focusing on your current task. You just type and then completions, and NES will jump in to help. And the prompt-driven development, you're shifting your focus to prompt and have conversations with Copilot chat. And then we have already seen Copilot chat a little bit previously, but we're going to touch on way more powerful features, such as all the available models you have, agent mode, and MCP. Let's go back to VS again. Oh, Visual Studio. Let's start a new thread. And on the Copilot chat window, you'll be able to see these are the two user options you have. I want to talk about this one first, which is the model picker. From here, you will see all the available models to you. So some of them are really the latest model, such as the Cloud Sonnet 4.5 and Haiku. I highly recommend you to try out all these models in your own time and play around with them. Just have fun and explore. Personally, I find every model have a different personality somehow. Somewhat like some models are more concise, and then they return a response really quickly, while some think and reason more deeply, and they're also more verbose, but they'll take longer time to return a response. So play around with them to find out what is the perfect fit for you, and then maybe you have a list of favorite models, and then you'll use different model for different tasks. I will quickly highlight these are premium models, and when you are interacting with them, it will consume your premium requests. So with your free GitHub Copilot Pro account, it automatically comes with certain number of premium requests, and you can check how many requests you have left every month. So go to this Copilot badge and click Copilot usage. And here you'll see the percentages you have used and have left. Even if you have finished all the requests this month, don't worry, it will auto refresh on the next month. But really take this opportunity to use those premium requests to play around and experiment with different models. And the other thing I really want to highlight is this switch between ask mode and agent mode. So we've seen ask mode a little bit where you can have conversations with it and then it can help you explain concepts. So it feels a little bit more passive that you're interacting with it. An agent mode is completely different. It's a full augmentation or upgrade of ask mode. It really feels like an automatic teammate. So it does not only answer questions, but it complete a task. So you give it a task, and then it will go reason, think about it, gather all the context, and then you will start editing your file to write the code, build the solution, and then fix any errors and optimize. So it will be able to help you automatically complete a task from end to end. So we're really thinking and Copilot as your teammates here. So what makes agent this powerful is its toolbox. So agent has all these tools available to it, so it can decide which are necessary to use at different scenario. And some of them are built in, as you can see. I want to quickly highlight this Microsoft Learn tools. These are super cool. Like we also see them pop up earlier. This will help your model to expand its knowledge pool. So let's say, for example, if you're coding with .NET 10, it's a really fresh new release. But then the models you're using are maybe trained on outdated data, so it doesn't really necessarily know about .NET 10. But then agent can decide, I don't know enough, so I want to do a Microsoft Learn search to search about this new language in the documentation and then find the relevant information. So it will help extend its knowledge to avoid hallucination problems. And they also have all these built-in Copilot tools, like allows it to edit files, search for necessary context, as well as run builds and run commands. And what makes this even more powerful is you can not only have these built-in tools, but you can also plug in outside tools via external MCP server to your agent. So you can bring all the outside workload into your agent, centralized in one place.
Oh, MCP servers sound really cool and powerful. How can I get this connected with my Copilot?
Yeah, that's a great question. So now it's easier than ever to do it. All you need to do is click extension, MCP registry. So it's like a window shopping experience. You can see all these MP servers that are available to you and then find the ones that are interesting and then just install them via one click. And I've already installed GitHub because my national park app is a private GitHub repository. So that's where my work lives. So all you do is just click this install button and then we'll handle the rest for you. So you don't have to manually edit the MCP JSON file. But if you're interested to understand what is going on, you can check out the mcp.json file via these three dots and then hit edit. And then for MCP servers like GitHub, it's important that you remember to authenticate. I've already authenticated previously. So after you authenticate, it will have access to those information under your GitHub account. And because you have already logged in on your GitHub account to use GitHub Copilot, so it's super easy. You don't have to do anything extra. Just click this authenticate button. So for today's session, we won't go all the details into MCP, but it's something super powerful, and probably you hear a lot about it. Like agent and MCP always go hand in hand. So I highly recommend you to check out the resources out there. I believe my colleagues have done multiple, so you can learn more about it. So for now, you can think of MCP as first, its full name is Model Context Protocol. You can think of it as this universal adapter that allows you to connect your outside work and bring them all into VS. So you can bring your work on Azure, like on Figma, on GitHub, all into the Visual Studio, and you don't have to do that context switching. Cool. But that's a lot of talking and big words of how powerful it is, and let's actually take a look to see how it works. So let me switch to my GitHub repository. So this is my national park app, and then I have a few issues here that I wrote down a few days ago just to remind myself, oh, these are the future to-dos for me on this app. So one of them is a bug that the visit status is not updated after adding visit record. Let me quickly show you what I mean. Is after I, have a record, I save it, but it's not updated, and this UI is not refreshed. So I log this bug to remind myself to work on it.
Now I noticed that there is a photo in your GitHub account and GitHub issue 2. Can Copilot understand the photo?
Oh, that's a great catch and great question. So Copilot has special capability. By that it means Copilot can understand photos. This is super convenient. If you are dealing with like a UI bug like this, sometimes it's really hard to describe UI using languages. Like you probably need so many sentences to describe what is going on, but then just one photo could be super effective. So when you are working with designing a new UI feature or like solving bugs, definitely attach photos and screenshots as necessary. So in my case, I'm gonna have Copilot to grab it via my GitHub issue. But if you want to send a photo directly, you can click the reference button here, and then you can upload image. Great question. Now let's come back to solve this bug. So first, I will ask Copilot, what are all the open issues in my GitHub repo? So just to demonstrate how powerful MCP is, so we can get those information from outside in the VS directly. And whenever we are running external MCP, Copilot will ask you for permission that it can do it. So you can be sure that nothing sneaky is gonna happen behind you. So when Copilot is trying to run a command, terminal command, we'll do the similar thing. So really, we value security, and then we respect that you give permission to these type of tasks. So you can confirm, or you can also do always allow or allow in this session. I'll just confirm for now. So it's running the GitHub tool to list all the issues. And these are exactly the 3 issues I have. So you can see how convenient this is. So I don't have to context switch or like copy things from GitHub issue into here. Copilot will just grab it automatically. And next, I'll say, could you fix the bug in issue number 1? This will really help with seamless workflow. Like maybe after I finished working on issue 1, I can keep interacting with Copilot to work on building issue 2, issue 3, and more. What is happening right now is the tool calling process. So Copilot got this task to fix bug, and it's deciding, oh, what are the things I need to do? What are the contexts and the file I need to read? So it's doing a bunch of reading and code searching to find the relevant information. So it's using the tools available here in the toolbox to it. Seems like it finished gathering context and is having a plan. It's saying I need to update this file to always raise property change notifications so it's refreshed properly. And I really like that whenever Copilot is doing some changes to the code base, it will give you an explanation. And so you have full transparency on what is going on to your code base. And also, personally, I will learn a lot in this process as well, especially when I have no idea about a bug, like why is it going on. Sometimes Copilot's analysis will really give me more insight and also help me learn where to look at when bugs like this arise. Cool. I think it finished running the build. And it also made the changes. Now it's time to check if it's working. So let me close this previous one and then rerun again. One thing I also want to highlight is every time after agent makes some changes to your code base, it will always run a build as well. So it makes sure it's not leaving you with any bugs or errors that you have to fix yourself, but then it's actually cleaning up everything. So you don't have to worry about it. Oh, seems like it finished. Oh, come up. Okay. And let's see if it's working. Great. And then change the setting to 5. Save. Perfect.
It's working.
Yeah, thanks Copilot helping us solving this bug. Easy peasy. We just need to have, one conversation with agent mode. And you can see this is correctly updated and the UI is refreshed. So I think through this agent mode demo, I only really want to show you all how agent could be a really powerful assistant and a teammate that you can interact with. So agent is really good at scaffolding a new project. So if you have a personal interest project that you want to build, just like how I built my national park app, you can ideate with agent, discuss what features you all need to have, and the agent can really quickly help you build up a structure for your app. So you can bring your ideas into life faster than ever. Now, let's go back to the slides. So now we have done all the development using editor-centric development or prompt-driven development. It's time to commit our changes and do a push. So switch back to VS. So I'll switch to my Git changes window. And from here, you can see all the changes that you have done. Oh, and this reminds me, I actually need to save the changes agent just gave me. So when after agent do some changes, you'll have this summary menu that lists out all the changes that have been done. And then if you have checked it, you're happy about it, just click this keep button. So it's saved and applied to our code base. Okay, now let's switch back to the Git changes window. And then now it's time to commit. I still remember when I was a software engineer intern a few years ago. I was super nervous whenever I'm making a PR because I'm gonna be worried I make some really stupid mistake in my code, and if I push it, it's gonna be visible for everyone to see. And I guess maybe some of you also feel the same way as you're like a learner or just learning about this new language. So it's also sometimes pretty hard to fix mistakes after you have committed it. You have to create another commit and then try to change it afterwards. So what if you have Copilot that automatically help you check your local code changes for any improvements? So that is the feature here with this sparkle icon on a chat bubble. So Copilot is reviewing all the changes you have made and trying to see if there's any mistakes or if there's any logic that can be improved for better performance, or is there anything that is not following a good coding style, things like that. So it's pretty comprehensive. It can give you reviews and suggestions on many different aspects.
Exactly, discovering issue with code changes after committing changes can be really frustrating for me, and it would be add a lot of extra work to recover all these issues.
Yeah, exactly. So good news, we have Copilot to help us right now. And it seems like it finds for reviews. And so I'll first close my build window. And then you can either click it via here to find out what are the comments, or there should be automatically rendered in your editor as well. And then you can use this button to go back and forth and jump into the different areas for these comments. And for time reason, we'll just take a look at the first one. So it's talking about, this should be nullable to handle cases where it doesn't provide comments. Consider changing it to avoid issues. Oh, this is actually a great call out because I was just straight ignoring this warning previously. I guess I just ignored this squiggle, but Copilot helped me got it. This is a perfect case. So if it's like a lot of code suggestions, you can copy it and paste it here. But since this is a question mark, I'll just go ahead and edit it myself. Completions is also trying to remind me, like you can also initialize to avoid this issue. So I'll add the question mark, save, and perfect. Now I think we're ready to make the commit. And this magic pencil button is one of my favorite buttons in Visual Studio. It can help you automatically generate a commit message. Sometimes it's some like tedious or repetitive work to think about and summarize all the things you've done. So now again, we have Copilot to help you out.
And yeah, so basically it's like having a mini teammate who double check your work before you show it to your team.
Yep, that was the local code review. Exactly. That was a really good analogy, actually, Sharda. That's great. So, taking a look at this commit message, you might notice something interesting is I have a bunch of like sparkles here, as well as I have a signature by Simona and GitHub Copilot. So I was able to add these kind of personal touches to my commit message, so it does not look like directly like robot generated. So how I did that is I provided some custom instructions to Copilot when generating commit messages. So you can do that by going to options and find out GitHub Copilot, source control integration, and here you can enter your commit message custom instructions. And I just had it to write things in bullet points because it's clear and easier to read, use Gitmojis, and also end it with a signature. So try out this feature so you can add more personal touches and really have your voice represented in this AI-generated commit message. Great. So I believe that is a wrap of all the features today. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout the entire session with Sharda and I. And we really hope through the session, we're showing you how useful and powerful GitHub Copilot is in your journey of learning as well as development. And Copilot will be there to help you and assist you at each step.
And thank you everybody. Thank you again for joining this Net Conference 25. And Copilot is for you as a free version who work as your teammate and help you to guide you to make your projects.
Yep. Happy coding.
Oh my god, where is the .NET bot to see this? You can see the power of Aspire, right? And Aspire is really powerful. It can orchestrate very big complex systems or do very small tiny systems with amazing, orchestration, precision, and everything you need with amazing tracing and first-class observability. What are you waiting? Please take a look. Test some Aspire. Take a look here to know more about Aspire. But now I know that, the .NET bot is saying that he is coming back. I hope he is coming back because I really don't want him to lose the next session.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Pablo. My name is Tracy Salem, and I'm a Senior Learning Manager in Worldwide Learning on the Next Gen Higher Education team. Specifically, I manage the Student Ambassadors Program. I'm honored to join the call today to talk about the program and provide you with the general overview. And then we're going to have a short talk with one of our former program members. So what is the Student Ambassadors Program? We're a global community of students who are passionate about accelerating innovation
by skilling and building with Microsoft Cloud in AI technology. Students who register for the program have a chance to explore cutting edge technology, participate in AI competitions, lead their local communities, and grow their online presence. They connect with other tech enthusiasts and AI innovators and inspiring entrepreneurs around the world to share ideas, solve challenges, and exemplify Microsoft's mission to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. They have the opportunity for real life achievements, which they can include on their resume and LinkedIn profiles. And when they graduate from the program, they'll be able to demonstrate specific and measurable accomplishments centered around the skills and impact they achieve because of their program experience. Skills and impact like growing their circle of influence, growing their leadership skills, and growing their technical skills. And they have the opportunity to expand their professional network by forming new relationships with other students, Microsoft employees, and MVPs. So, how do students register for the program? Students register for the program by visiting studentambassadors.com and clicking Get Started Now. Registration is quick and easy and should take less than 5 minutes to complete. After you register, you'll be invited to complete pre-identified activities that align with your interests and skills. And once you complete those activities, you'll be invited to onboard to the program. These activities might include things like creating and sharing Microsoft content to attract audience and grow engagement, hosting community skilling events, highlighting Microsoft's technologies, products, and services, and promoting AI-driven solutions and startups, building with Microsoft AI and cloud technology. Registered members, like I said, who meet those activity requirements will be invited to join the program. And once they accept their invitation, they'll onboard and earn the official title, certificate, and benefits of Student Ambassadors membership, including an @studentambassadors.com email and access to Microsoft Teams. So what do Student Ambassadors get as part of the program? As mentioned, when they onboard and accept their invitation, they earn the official title, certificate, and benefits. This includes a Microsoft 365 account, a Visual Studio Enterprise subscription with $150 monthly Azure credits, plus incentives and pricing for sharing content, hosting events, Credly badges for various program initiatives. They get participate in pilot programs, special events, participate in product group interactions, opportunities to speak at Microsoft events, opportunities to write Microsoft blogs, and they get consideration for the Microsoft Most Valued Professional program. Also, and most important, they get swag. Can't forget about that swag. Benefits are gated. Student ambassadors need to complete activities as program members, similar to the activities they completed as registered members. And when they do, they'll advance their milestone and unlock their benefits. Registered members who complete those registration activities, as I said, they're invited to onboard to the program. New ambassadors who host an event skilling attendees on Microsoft technology advance to the beta milestone and unlock beta benefits. And beta ambassadors who have gone above and beyond program expectations will be invited to the gold milestone and unlock those gold benefits. We know students are busy and we understand they have many responsibilities. That's why we empower them to complete registration activities according to their own schedules. They set the pace for becoming a student ambassador. Onboarded student ambassadors, however, are given more specific guidance about when they need to complete their activities, but the timelines are crafted with student schedules in mind, and students have a flexibility to manage their own calendar. In general, student ambassadors have a shared sense of belonging centered around the belief that AI and technology is their everyday companion, and also centered around the belief that everybody should have access to the benefits and opportunities created by technology. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce you to Rachel Irobord, a former student ambassador and current Microsoft Most Valued Professional. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Tracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself and give a brief bio to the students who are joining us?
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm happy to be here. My name is Rachel Rabo. I'm a former Microsoft Learn student ambassador. I recently graduated And right now, I'm a Microsoft MVP, a Power Platform, and a Dynamics 365 CRM developer. Yes.
Thank you, Rachel. Can you tell us about your time in the Student Ambassadors Program?
Okay, my time was amazing. It was such an amazing experience because when I joined the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors Program, I had no idea that it existed. I was schooling in University of Benin, and a boot camp was held in my state. Okay, and when they had the boot camp, it was being hosted by Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors, and I got to know about the program. And I was like, okay, I really need to join this program because they shared so many stories about their experience, about the opportunities they were getting from the program. And I was like, okay, I need to apply. And I did. And I made sure that I was active in the community and I got a lot of benefits and also grew my technical and soft skills.
Rachel, can you tell us about the opportunities that you had as part of the program?
Okay, so that's a very good question, Tracy. So the opportunities I had during the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program, I got to moderate in, I think that was Microsoft Ignite or Microsoft Build. It was such an amazing experience where like individuals were asking questions in the chat. And I got to answer questions about what the particular technology was about and different features. I also got to host events. Okay. I got to host events, talk to other students about what I was learning. Because a lot of people think about this that, hey, I don't know much. Maybe, especially as I'm a student, I don't really have anything to say to professionals or to say to other people. So, with joining the Student Ambassadors program, I was able to get access to resources and also able to to be able to ask questions to other people in the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors Network, like students, Microsoft MVPs, and other professionals. Okay. I also got the opportunity to connect to people. Like, it's such an amazing experience where you are a student and you get to see other students like you also pursuing a goal. Like for me, when I got into the tech, like when I started my tech journey, I really had no idea that tech was something that I could come into and build a career in. So the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program really helped me set a path in my career.
And how did it help you professionally? How did it jumpstart your career?
Yes, it definitely did, to be sincere. The opportunity I got, like, immediately I wrote my final year exams. I got the opportunity to relocate from Nigeria. And how did I get that opportunity? It was through, like, everything I did on the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program. Okay. And one of them was in Nigeria, we have what we call like a strike, an ASU strike, where nothing is happening, like no teaching or anything is happening. During that period, I got to mentor other students who were also on strike as a student ambassadors. I got to mentor them. I got to teach them about Power Platform technology, like Microsoft technology. Okay. And during the interview, when I said like, hey, this is like, I don't have a work experience, but these are the things that I have done as a student ambassador. They were like, okay, well, that's amazing. That's such a nice experience. So it's really, really cool. And also from being a Microsoft Learn student ambassador, during the program, I also became a Microsoft MVP. So it's really, really cool.
Great. And so what would you say to students that are interested in the program but not sure if they should join or not?
Okay, as a student, you might have like a few doubts about the student ambassadors program. Your doubts might be that, okay, I'm a student, I have a lot going on, I'm preparing for my studies, I'm writing exams. How can I manage these two at the same time? Okay, it's quite easy. It's not something that you have to think so much about because you can put as much time as you want to into the program. We have 8 hours in a day, or maybe like we have 40 hours in a week for maybe a work hour. Okay. So you don't have to put so much time. You can say, okay, in a week, I want to put 3 hours into the program, or I want to put 2 hours into the program. It just depends on you. I'm just trying to drive the point that you can do both at the same time. It's quite easy. Okay. And as a student, and you're thinking, okay, another reason that I have about like doubts I have about the program, what can I benefit from the program as a student? You can benefit with connecting with other students that are also pursuing the same career path as you. Or you might have questions that, okay, I want to be a data scientist, I want to be a data analyst, I want to be a software engineer, or I just want to come into the tech industry, but I don't know what to do. With coming to the Student Ambassadors program, that makes it a lot much easier for you because you get to hold conversations with people. You can also request for mentorship. You can connect with Microsoft MVPs. Okay, so it's amazing. So that's another reason that you might have as a student ambassador, as a student, that, okay, I don't know if I should join the program. Another questions that you might have about the program, still related to benefits. What can I get? There's so many things you can get. I think Tracy mentioned swags.
Yeah, mention swag, that's for sure.
Yes. So there are so many things that you can get from the program. Okay. So you can get also free resources, like you can get Azure credits, which is really nice. If you want to explore Azure services, you can get Azure credits. You can also get access to platforms that you can use to learn for free. Okay. So there are so many things that you can get from the benefits of the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program. And I even did I did an interview, like an interview write-up on the Microsoft Docs, where I got to interview other students who were student ambassadors so that you can know what they are gaining from the program and why they are in the program. So it's quite amazing.
Sounds like you had a really good time in the program and benefited greatly.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for joining us, taking the time to join us today and talk about your experience in the program.
Thank you.
Yeah. And now I'm going to pass over to my teammate, Shiva Ford, who is the director of the Imagine Cup competition.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shiva Ford, and I am happy to share with you that Imagine Cup 2026 has just launched. This is Microsoft's longest running competition for student founders who are here to help solve problems that are important to them and important to the world using Microsoft AI services, of course. And here today, I've got one of our successful Imagine Cup alumni who was going to help me convince you that this is quite possibly the most game changing opportunity that you could enter into. So, Matt, hi, thank you for joining me and for taking the time to tell all the students who are listening to us today about your experience at Imagine Cup.
Yes, thank you for having me. Very excited to be here.
So, Matt, I mean, tell us about yourself, like your story as the student founder, or as a startup founder for that matter. How did you find out about Imagine Cup and how did you get involved?
Yeah, for sure. So I started out in college. I really wanted to make products for people. And I always felt like there was so much that technology could do to solve the problems or things that people face in their lives every day. And so I started trying to make products. Across that sort of exploration is how I found the Imagine Cup. I found it through the Microsoft Startups program, where you're able to get free Microsoft Cloud credits for your project or startup. I saw that there were applications open for the Microsoft Imagine Cup, which would allow me to take my ideas to the next level. And so I applied.
Fabulous. And well, you applied, and I know you made it to the world stage, didn't you?
Yes, we did. So I applied in very early in this cycle, just right before the end of qualifying rounds, and my team was able to make it all the way to the World Championship final, where we did not win, but we were a runner-up, which was a great experience.
So, Matt, I know everybody wants to win, but I'm convinced that just making it to the semifinals and even the world championship is already a win for you. So, run us through, say, do you have any top three game changing experiences that Imagine Cup has offered you as a startup founder?
Yeah, I will say I think Imagine Cup has an amazing amount of different opportunities that you're able to get through. And even if you only do the very first round or even go just to the semifinals, you're able to connect with so many other bright students who are also working on trying to start a company, and you're able to get access to a lot of really good Microsoft resources, whether that's the actual themselves or access to Microsoft experts to be able to help refine your idea. Being able to have access to those Microsoft people is critical because they are really good at what they do and they are super helpful in shaping the vision of what you want to see in the world because they're aligned in that they also want to see the best that technology can bring to people.
That's very kind of you, Matt, and appreciate that you're helping us tell the good story of being involved in Imagine Cup. But I know something super cool happened to you recently. You've just sold your startup. Tell us about that. What did you build, and how did you go about selling your startup?
Yeah, so the actual startup that I sold, it really started out of Imagine Cup, which was really amazing. When my team got fortunate enough to be able to make it all the way to the finals, everybody in the finals wins, and you're able to get some prize money, and that was enough for me to have the confidence to try and start something new, and so I did. And we used a lot of my part of the prize money to be able to actually fund that project. And it was a sport fishing app, essentially an app where you would take a picture of a fish. It would tell you what species it was, how long the fish was. You could put it in a digital logbook while also competing with people globally to catch the biggest fish every day or every week or all times. And it just became a sensationally hit product. We got over 170,000 downloads across the whole summer, and we ended up selling around just about late September. So it was a very exciting journey, and it really wouldn't have happened without Imagine Grab, honestly.
I'm so happy to hear that, just like with any other startup founder, you don't always get it the first time, do you? Like, you may have built a really cool product that's important to you, but then eventually through networking and partnering with other people, it unlocks new opportunities for you that then takes you to that one thing that that opens the floodgates, so to speak, to help you become a successful founder. So, I mean, what do you have any tips for student founders like yourself? Or I mean, you're not a student anymore, but a startup founder, really. And how can you build really great products that people want?
Yeah, I mean, my biggest pieces of advice that I wish I could go back and tell myself is that if you have a vision for what you want to see in the world, you should make the steps to sort of realize that, and you should think that it's not going to be as difficult as it actually ends up being, because then you're more enticed to actually do it, and then to not back down from the challenge when you do realize how difficult it is to make something great, because it's all worth it at the end.
Excellent. Well, I think the next step for anybody who's watching us right now should be, what do you think, Matt? Like, should I say it? You should say it. What should they be doing right now?
Yeah, I think the one of the things that I would also say to any student founder that's trying to make their startup into reality, or just be able to get connected with people in the space, I would highly recommend they apply to the Microsoft Imagine Cup. You will get more resources than you could have ever imagined, more mentorship than you could have ever imagined, and you will never regret the experience. It's great.
Well, let me double down on that by saying Imagine Cup is here. We had just launched it. If you're ready or when you're ready, all we ask is you get onto imaginecup.com, register, and make sure you start grabbing those Azure credits by going through Microsoft for Startups and start building. That's what's important, isn't it? Like, you don't dilly dally, just start building. The deadline for submission for this year.
100%.
Exactly. So the deadline for this year is on the 5th of January. And we will be notifying the top teams who will make it to the semifinals sometime in February. And if you make it, if your team makes it to the semifinals, you will be participating in a 5-week builder series, where we will be offering exactly what Matt's described, like mentorship, giving you access to some of the best AI tools on the planet to help you just take it to the next level. And the top 3 teams who are already making progress in their startups are going to make it to the World Championship, and hopefully have a very similar experience as Nat. So pretty simple. Stop everything you're doing right now, go to imaginecup.com, register, and get your Azure credits so you can start building that next big thing. Thank you, Matt. Well, do you have any parting words for people who are watching us today?
Well, thank you so much for having me. I do have some parting words. I just really want to emphasize you guys should go register on imaginecup.com and make sure to activate your Azure credits so you can start deploying Microsoft AI services to level up your minimum viable product.
Fabulous. Thanks, everyone. We hope to see your entries.
Thanks, Tracy, Shiva, and all the Microsoft community leaders who are, sharing these opportunities with us and helping us grow personally and professionally in our careers. So thank you so much for all that, and thank you for sharing those insights. And those of you who don't know about this community, I would definitely recommend you to go to official website of Microsoft ambassadors community and apply today and be the part of this community.
Folks, and I really think that was incredible, this event. This event was really exciting for us to construct and build. It took really a big heart to do everything that we do here at Microsoft, but we are so happy to deliver this amazing content for you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun with it. And if you had fun, take a look on your local event. Go to the .NET Conf website somewhere here, take a look there, try to do your local event. And the community is what makes .NET run in the end. I would say I appreciate you. I appreciate all the student ambassadors, our speakers, FTs that came to speak in .NET Conf Student Zone, and everyone that helped us even outside of it. Thank you so much. Me and all the team truly appreciate it. Hey, I see that bot. He is coming there in the distance in the beach. I cannot wait to him to show you everything that we did. Thank you and have a nice one. See you in the next .NET Conf.